a.m. today. We're going to have a very, sunny morning, clear skies up until 12 p.m. when temperature will rise to 32 degrees Celsius, and then the chance of rain rises to 30%. But we're going to see a very high chance of rain at the hour of 1 p.m. down to 4 p.m. And that is when we're going to be experiencing the highest temperature, that is at 33 degrees Celsius. And the chance of rain will be at 40% from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. And then for 5 p.m., we're going to experience, the sun is going to come back. But then at 6:44 p.m., the sun will be setting. And then for the night, to wrap up the day, to rest, we will be having temperature at 26 degrees Celsius. So it might be a bit cold at night. So, just warm up and get yourself ready. So that's the weather forecast for Benin City. Let's go check out what happened today in history. Stick around.
Today in history, a chronological timeline of great events that occurred on this day. Learn about what happened across the globe in politics, education, science, medicine, sports, arts, music, entertainment, and other spheres of human existence. Today in history, a look back into time on The Breakfast Show of 92.7 KUFM.
All right, guys, today is the 28th day in the month of April. Okay, so let's go back a little bit to 2003 in sports. On this day, Andre Agassi recaptured the world #1 ranking to become the oldest top-ranked male in the history of the ATP rankings. At that time, he was, of course, tennis now. At that time, he was 33 years and 13 days, right? He was 33 years old and 13 days, ATP Association of Tennis Players. So, that happened on this day in 2003. Still on sports, on this day in 2015, the National Football League announced that it is giving up its tax exemption status. There was a time when baseball went to court with the body for internal revenue in the United States. They said baseball is a business. They argued and said, no, baseball is not a business, it is a sport. And they won that case at the American Supreme Court, and it applied to many other, sports. But on this day in 2015, the NFL, like one of the richest sports competitions in the world, announced that they will be giving up their tax exemption status, which means they'll start paying taxes as a business. Okay, moving on. Today is the posthumous birthday of Saddam Hussein. He was born on this day in 1937. It was executed in 2006. Okay, so there you have it. That's it from the history books today.
All right, guys, we're heading back to the playlist. Remember, we are coming back at 6:30 for the news, dawn, and everything happening in Nigeria. Stick around. You might want to hear the summary of the president's speech yesterday. We'll be right back.
Bring it back. More hit music. Hit music.
I hate these commercials, but I love the music. Back to it right now.
KUFM 92.7.
We are sit the Henny for the day, baby. Bad man, we no stray, baby. Oops, I done fell for your way, baby. I know, girl, but and I know from the first time I seen you love, you got me, baby. Even though, girl, I know that I would fall for you. You got to know that everyone
more variety.
Turn it up.
92.7.
Don't you touch that dial.
Sugar, don't touch that dial.
FM 92.7. We start your day from the break of dawn till midnight.
Like that wasn't clingy enough.
We went online and now you can listen to us via our website anywhere in the world.
Okay, stalker alert.
We told you to follow us on Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, like our page on Facebook, and even add us up on WhatsApp.
Okay, this is definitely creepy.
Really? Well, guess what? We are now in your devices. KU 92.7 Radio is now officially an app for your smartphones, gadgets, and many devices. Simply go to Google Play Store and search for KU 92.7 Radio and download the app in less than 3 minutes. KU FM. Turn on excitement.
My people, make una listen with government for Edo State. One make sure say all of us know how our body day for this coronavirus wahala. Starting from Wednesday, 22nd April 2020, our health workers will start what they call mobile post screening for coronavirus, and now for all the 12 wards for all the local government. I beg, make una cooperate with all health workers. This mobile post screening now the same one where they do for some health centers. I beg, make all of us try stay for house, and if you come be say we must enter town, make sure say we wear face mask and make we dey wash our hands with soap and tap water when they flow. I beg, make we no near people. Remember say curfew dey for Edo State from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. Call these toll-free numbers if we get any issue. 080-0123-5111 and 080-022-00110. This coronavirus, we go get over them. Edo State government bring on this message.
And porridge will make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends. No be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggie Niger pot for that delicious bottom pot. Niger pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggie Niger pot, delicious bottom pot, yeah.
New Maggie Niger pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggie, cook the difference.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
That no be birthday song. Now the new song when we take the wash hand be that. Make we do our part to stop coronavirus to the spread. Wash your hand kia every time with water where they rush. Reach 20 seconds. The same time when it go take you to sing happy birthday song 2 times. Use tissue paper cover mouth anytime you want sneeze or cough. Or do them inside your elbow. Give 2 meters space anytime when you and person want talk. They use disinfectants. They clean the areas where your hand they touch well. Get your informate only from government people demo. If you just come back from overseas, make you try tanda for house. Reach 14 days. If you get as body they do you, call NCDC number quick 00-970-000-010. Know what you supposed to do for yourself and people with they around you. Now NCDC they bring on this message and the NMPC IPPG team will be Association of Indigenous Oil and Gas Producing Companies. They pay for them.
Turn us up. 92.7.
92.7 KUFM News. Concise, precise, balanced, unbiased.
We are live from Benin City to the world. This is 92.7 KUFM News Dawn.
Good morning and welcome to News Dawn on KU 92.7 FM Benin City. First, the headlines. President Buhari declares nationwide curfew from Monday. Nigeria reports 64 new cases of COVID-19. Total infections now 1,337. Governor Obaseki sets up digital homeschooling platform.
And on business, IMF may approve Nigeria's $3.4 billion loan today.
And in sports, Argentine FA cancelled 2019-2020 season, suspends relegation for 2 years.
Details of this and more after this break. I am God's Love, Orlando. details. The President, Muhammadu Buhari, has declared an overnight curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. nationwide as part of efforts to curtail the spread of COVID-19. The Nigerian leader also approved what he called the phased and gradual easing of the lockdown in Lagos and Ogun states, as well as the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The President announced this during his third nationwide broadcast on COVID-19. President Buhari also extended the COVID-19 lockdown in Lagos, Ogun, and the FCT by 1 week. Although the lockdown will be gradually lifted from May 4th, he announced 4 new measures that will ensure the COVID-19 virus spread is mitigated. The President, however, ordered a lockdown for 2 weeks in Kano State. The new measures include an overnight curfew, a ban on interstate travel, a partial and controlled ban on interstate movement of goods, and the mandatory use of face masks, physical distancing, and personal hygiene.
There will be an overnight curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. This means all movement will be prohibited during this period except for essential services. B. There will be a ban on non-essential interstate passenger travel until further notice. C. Partial and controlled interstate movement of goods and services will be allowed for the movement of goods and services from producers to consumers. And D. We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene. Furthermore, the restrictions on social and religious gatherings shall remain in place. State governments, corporate organizations, and philanthropists are encouraged to support the production of cloth masks for citizens.
Meanwhile, the federal government says it has commenced the payment of the upgraded hazard allowances for frontline health workers fighting against the spread of novel coronavirus pandemic in Nigeria. The Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, made this known at the daily briefing of the Presidential Task Force (PTF) on COVID-19 in Abuja. Mamora said that the new incentives, including insurance scheme, was a fallout of an MOU signed between the federal government and representatives of the unions under the health sector. According to him, the upgraded allowance includes special COVID-19 hazard and inducement allowance of 50% of the consolidated basic salary. The minister said that 40% of consolidated basic salary will be paid as special COVID-19 hazard and inducement allowance to healthcare workers at special non-public hospitals and clinics in the federal ministries, departments, and agencies for the same 3-month period. He explained that 20% of the consolidated basic salary will be paid as special risk allowance additionally on the special COVID-19 hazard and inducement allowance to all health workers directly managing COVID-19 at the infectious disease hospitals, isolation, and treatment centers. Nigeria on Monday recorded 64 new cases of the novel coronavirus, bringing the country's total infections to 1,337. According to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control (NCDC), in a tweet via its official handle, 34 of the new infections were recorded in Lagos, 15 in the FCT, 11 in Borno, and 2 each in Taraba and Gombe. The country's total death from the virus still stands at 40, while 255 have recovered. The novel coronavirus has claimed at least 208,973 lives since its outbreak in China in December, according to a tally from official sources compiled by AFP at 1900 GMT on Monday. More than 2,997,540 cases were registered in 193 countries and territories. Of these cases, at least 818,700 are now considered recovered. The tallies using data collected by AFP from national authorities and information from the World Health Organization probably reflect only a fraction of the actual number of infections. Many countries are testing only the most serious cases. Meanwhile, Nigeria Center for Disease Control (NCDC) says the remaining states in Nigeria that have not recorded COVID-19 cases cannot hide it. There are only 4 states at the moment that have not reported a case in Nigeria. Cross River, Kogi, Nasarawa, and Yobe. According to the Director General of NCDC, Dr. Chikwe Yekwazu, eventually it will emerge. He said it is better to understand what is happening early than leave it till reports of death start emerging. Yekwazu also asked states to collect more samples from people who meet the case definition for testing, saying there was no need playing with figures. On his part, Chairman of the Presidential Task Force PTF on COVID-19 and Secretary to the Government of the Federation SGF, Boss Mustafa, he said the Presidential Task Force will continue to pursue the strategy of aggressive testing, detection, isolation, contact tracing, care, and management. And elsewhere, Raymond Dokbasi Jr. has tested positive for coronavirus. In a short message to members of staff in Abuja on Monday, and have been self-isolating in the past week before he developed malaria symptoms and started coughing. Dokbasi Jr., who suspected he had contracted coronavirus, contacted the NCDC for a COVID-19 test, which came back positive. The DAR Communication Chairman, who is said not to have a recent travel history, advised those who have interacted with him lately to get tested. It was learned that tracing is ongoing to determine those who may have come in contact with him. And here in Edo State, the Governor, Godwin Obaseki, has assured that no child will be left behind academically as the state adopts a digital learning alternative to engage the children while the lockdown lasts. The digital learning christened Edo Best at Home is an adapted online version of Edo Best, which is designed to offer about 4 hours of daily learning to pupils. Governor Obaseki disclosed this on Monday during a briefing on the way forward for basic education in the state amidst the coronavirus-induced closure. He said the package has been accessed by over 40,000 parents and teachers, both from within and outside the state, noting that it is open for both private and public school pupils.
Today, 27th of April 2020, is a day when schools are supposed to resume for their third term academic calendar. Our schools were closed down late last term and are likely to remain closed for this term. However, as a new academic calendar begins today during this period of lockdown, it is my pleasure to announce that we have provided an alternative source of schooling for our children during this lockdown period. It is called Edo Best at Home. To keep our children engaged, I remain committed to the provision of quality education for all.
He disclosed that the government has entered into partnership with one of the telecommunication firms in Nigeria to provide zero data access and two-way SMS at no cost to parents. Parents with basic feature of analog phones would have daily learning materials delivered to them through USSD and audio files, while those living in rural areas or places without internet cover will be provided with alternative e-learning package.
Parents, regardless of their financial situation and regardless of their access to the internet, can log on to the website for free and access our learning materials via various offline channels. No child in Edo State will be left behind during this period. I have instructed the chairman of SUBEB that all parents and guardians in our database, including those in rural, remote, and riverine communities, must be contacted to ascertain those who are able to access online schooling. If we know those who can't, we will be able to guide them through the functionalities of our offline alternatives.
Governor Obaseki said care packs designed for home learning for kids with special needs will be delivered to their parents across the 3 senatorial districts of the state. He encouraged the people not to give up hope, but to always follow the guidelines provided by experts to manage the spread of COVID-19. Still in Edo State, an 11-year-old Favor Elosa has donated a sum of 300 naira of her savings to support Edo State government's efforts in the fight against coronavirus disease. Making her donation in Government House, Benin City, Favor said She is supporting the government with the money in commemoration of her 11th birthday. The focal person of social development goes Ifweko Alufokai commended the little girl for her donation, which she said she will encourage others. She described the gesture as heartwarming, saying it will go a long way to help government win the fight against COVID-19. The Edo State government has announced the discharge of the 8th coronavirus patient who has tested negative twice for the virus and cleared from one of the state's isolation centers. The Edo State Governor, Godwin Obaseki, who disclosed this in a statement, reassured that his administration will continue to enforce measures to contain the spread of the virus and protect Edo people. Meanwhile, the Commissioner for Health, Dr. Patrick Okundia, in a chat with journalists, said the state has recorded 25 confirmed cases, 3 deaths, 234 suspected cases, 326 persons of interest (POIs), and 420 contact line listed. According to him, the 25 confirmed cases are spread across the 7 local government areas of the state. They include Oredo, 13, Esan West, 4, Ego, 3, Ovia North East, 2, Ikubaoka, 1, Mode, 1, and Esako Central, 1. Okundia, however, urged residents to support the government's effort at containing the virus by complying with all directives against the spread of the virus, while calling on all residents to turn out for the screening and testing exercise currently ongoing in the state as part of efforts to contain the pandemic. He said the government encourages everyone with symptoms of the disease to come out for screening, testing, and treatment, as early detection is key to containing the virus. KUFM's News Dawn continues right after this break. Please stay with us.
Beautiful one, I call on you today.
Bless you.
This not be time of bless you. This is when we say coronavirus so they show itself for the world there. Now time to use tissue paper or handkerchief. Take cover your mouth almost when you dey cough or sneeze. This is not time to always wash your hand. Use hand sanitizer wey contain better alcohol. This is not time to give yas, as in avoid me, give me space to any person wey dey cough or sneeze. This is not time to protect yourself or neighbors from sickness. So if you notice anything, sharp, carry yourself or the person go hospital or call this number free of charge. You're not going to collect money for your hand. That is toll-free number for 080 00 26 7662. 080 00 26 7662. You first bring this other number for 080 09 70 00010. Remember, say life now says coronavirus not the show for face, so and first way they life and carry first to this message from KUFM 2.7.
Beautiful one, we call on you today. Come feel this place today. Let your presence dwell amongst us. Oh, divine.
Thank you so much for staying with us. You're welcome back. You're still listening to News Dawn on KU 92.7 FM Benin City. And to the rest of the news, Bayelsa State Governor Doye Diri has declared a total lockdown in the state starting from midnight of Monday, April 27th. The governor said only essential workers, pharmaceuticals and foodstuff sellers are exempted from the restriction of movement. This announcement follows the confirmed index case of the coronavirus in the state. The index case, who is a 47-year-old woman, presented herself at the Bayelsa Specialist Hospital in Yenagua with a history of poor appetite, fever, headache, cough, chest pain for almost a week. The specialist hospital has been closed down and decontamination has commenced. Samples from the doctors, nurses, and all those who visited the facility over the week and came in contact with her during her admission will be traced and isolated. The governor noted that although the woman refused the result of the test conducted, Bayelsa State government won't reject the test results as it was scientifically done, and she presented herself for testing. And in Rivers State, the governor, Yesom Wike, has announced the lockdown of parts of Port Harcourt and Obiakpo local government areas in view of the failure of residents of the affected areas to comply with the regulations of the state government to check the spread of coronavirus. In a state broadcast on Monday, Governor Wike stated that the complete lockdown starts from Tuesday, 28 April 2020 till further notice. Governor Wike directed the State Commissioner for Social Welfare to round up and deport all vagrants to their state of origin. The governor commended Weavers healthcare workers for their efforts and personal sacrifices and prayed God to bless them richly. Wike gave a situation report on the fight against the spread of coronavirus, urging Weavers people to remain steadfast. And to Anambra State, where the state government has announced plan to reopen the 63 major markets in the state on May 4th after closure since late March. The governor of the state, Willie Obiano, made this known to newsmen at Aguleri, Anambra East local government area on Monday after his brief meeting with the 63 market leaders in the state. He said each market should set up a task force that would be trained by the state government on COVID-19 safety compliance principle to achieve greater success to curb the spread of the deadly virus. The governor said that the essence of the meeting was to ensure that adequate measures were taken against COVID-19 pandemic in the state before the reopening of its major markets. Obiano urged the market leaders to forward 20 to 30 names that would form part of the task force that would monitor compliance. He noted that the members of the task force would be trained within the week before reopening of the markets on Monday, 4th of May 2020 on precautionary measures of COVID-19. Obiano said the training would also include adequate sensitization on COVID-19 directives such as maintaining social distancing, wearing of face mask, washing of hands with soap, hand sanitizer, among others. The governor said that the borders of the state would remain closed. And to Lagos State, where the governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has announced the discharge of 15 former COVID-19 patients, including an Indian national. This was disclosed on Twitter by Gwat Jubril, who is a senior special assistant SSA to the governor of Lagos State on new media. The list comprises 11 females and 4 males. They were discharged from the isolation facilities at Yaba and Unikon. 11 were from Infectious Disease Hospital Yaba, and 4 of them were from Unikon Isolation Center. The new numbers have brought total recovery figure to 138. And we go to Borno State, where the government had earlier on Sunday announced that 2 patients, Abbas Kaka Hassan, a 24-year-old male, and Hawa Mohammed, a 42-year-old female, are on the run after testing positive to COVID-19 at the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital, UMTH, in Borno State. The state governor, Babagana Zulum, however, on Monday said via his official Twitter handle that the missing patients have been found. Zulum in his post said a combined team of health surveillance and investigation team backed by a police escort traced the male patient and found him in a critical state at his family house in Gwages 2, while the female patient reported herself. He added that contact tracing and surveillance team has been deployed to identify persons who may have had direct and indirect contact with him for risk assessment, isolation advice, and collection of samples for tests. According to the governor, the female patient, Awa Mohammed, reported herself to the UMTH and received apologies from the laboratory officials and Borno's Commissioner for Health. He therefore announced that as a result of this, all COVID-19 patients in Borno State are now fully accounted for. And to Kano State, an immediate past governor of the state, Rabiu Kwankwaso, has alleged that COVID-19 is responsible for the death of senior citizens in the state. He said this in a letter written to President Muhammadu Buhari, a copy of which was obtained via his Twitter handle. A copy of the letter was also shared by the personal assistant to the president, Bashir Ahmed, who accused Kwankwaso of playing politics with COVID-19. According to the former governor, the absence of a testing center in Kano has made many people resort to self-help. He claimed that those who died in the state contracted the COVID-19 from persons who are positive but unaware. He also urged the federal government to take over the responsibility of rapid response on coronavirus in the state. Among other recommendations given by Kwankwaso to end the rising death in Kano are that the state government should be made to constitute a proper state task force on COVID-19 with members selected based on their professionalism and competence. Coming up in a moment, IMF may approve Nigeria's $3.4 billion loan today. Please stay with us.
Ona age na yata mo ma koyo ona ne coronavirus na wa gbelevu na ege no keke na ya ga lue ebe na ya ye gbo wa ne boti e toilet roll ra upon ne kere na re mo bo ne boti akati ya gunu kebi hwe wa ga tolo ege no keke na ya ga gbobo ege hia kebe ave lu hand sanitizer na bi egbe no mono to lohun na san gege de kan we ege na okeke na ga gba oge gboma kebe otemi yoma no sikoma degu na ge ige egbe we me no we ra omo no sike we egeje radio wisi egbe no sike we se o setting tie o laba na 08000267662 ra 08009700010 ní wẹ́rẹ́ gbé tiẹ̀ 08000267662 ra 08009700010 ujirege ẹ̀wọ̀n ayahin magbọ̀n coronavirus ẹ̀mí na bẹ́gẹ́ bá wò KUFM 92.7 ọ̀yún náà yàwé.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. It's still KUFM's News Dawn on 92.7. On business news this morning, it is expected that the International Monetary Fund IMF Executive Board would approve 3.4 billion naira loan requested by Nigeria today, having already approved similar requests for several countries. According to the IMF, about 102 countries applied for aid as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Charles Operum has details and more on our business desk this morning.
1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 600 billion, and the last kobo. Oh yes, we follow the money. It's all about the business and the business of business. The gains and the losses. The bulls and bears. The rise and falls. The risk and the satisfaction of seeing the last kobo rise to millions. On KUFM's Business News, the simple and complex jargons of business just make sense. Get the trending news on the morning market, forecast, investment opportunities, policy changes, and other breakout information on the ever-busy world of business. KU Business News, Monday to Friday on our news dawn, 6:30 to 7 a.m.
On business news this morning, there are indications that the Executive Board of the International Monetary Fund may approve the 3.4 billion naira loan sought by Nigeria today. Although the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, had on April the 6th, while announcing that Nigeria had applied for the loan, said the funds were expected within 6 to 12 weeks. Reuters reported that the IMF would meet over the request today. If approved, the loan would be among the largest allocations by the IMF to an African country in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is expected that the IMF Executive Board would approve the loan, having already approved similar requests for several countries. According to the IMF, about 102 countries applied for aid as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, had in a statement on April 7th said the organization was working hard to respond to the request as soon as possible. The federal government is hoping on the IMF credit and similar loan requests from the World Bank and the African Development Bank to cushion the effects of the pandemic on the country's economy. Also, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has lifted suspension placed on check instruments in the Nigerian clearing system. Consequently, check instruments will be allowed to pass through the clearing system from today. In a circular to banks and Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, NIBSS, CBN Director, Banking Services Department, Sam Okujere, said the bank lifted the temporary suspension of check clearing in Nigeria to make payment efficient for customers. He said the move was in furtherance of CBN's efforts in the development of a safe and efficient payment system in Nigeria. Okojore said the decision to lift the suspension was taken by the CBN in collaboration with relevant stakeholders after reviewing the need for check clearing to accommodate users of check as one of the payment instruments in Nigeria, despite some lockdown in some states and Federal Capital Territory. He urged deposit money banks to advise their customers accordingly. The CBN had last month suspended indefinitely the clearing of check instruments in the Nigerian clearing system. In a circular to all deposit money banks and the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, Okojore said the directive became necessary due to the lockdown order issued by the President, Muhammadu Buhari, in Lagos, Ogun, and the FCT. And finally, the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System PLC has reported that 9.1 million bank verification numbers, or BVN, are inactive in various banks nationwide as of December 31st, 2019. A report just published by the NIBSS indicated that out of the 40.4 million total BVN enrollments, only 31.3 million BVNs remained in all banks as at the end of last year. The NIBSS report also showed that Nigerians abandoned 300,000 bank accounts in the first quarter of 2020. The data showed that the number of inactive bank accounts rose by 0.7% or 300,000 to 45.87 million in the first quarter of 2020 from 45.57 million in the fourth quarter of 2019. And that's it on business and in sports. Argentine FA cancelled 2019-2020 season, suspend relegation for 2 years. Eosa Egbeka has more on our sports desk this morning.
Now to sports, Eosa Egbeka is my name. The Argentine Football Association President, Claudio Tapia, says it will put an end to the 2019-2020 season, which has been interrupted since mid-March due to the coronavirus pandemic. Argentina has been in lockdown since March 20th with the quarantine restrictions in place until at least May 10. Tapia told reporters on Monday that they have ended the tournament so they can designate the teams qualified for continental competitions next season. The association also said there will be no relegation this season or next due to the disruption caused by the health crisis, while Gimnasia, the club coached by Diego Maradona, will remain in the top division. Relegation is calculated by a complicated system of points taken over a 3-year period. Boca Juniors won the league championship with a 1-0 victory over Gimnasia on the final day at the start of March. The Copa Superliga, a 24-team tournament scheduled to finish with a playoff at the end of May, has been scrapped after just one round of games. And finally, United Kingdom Culture Secretary Oliver Dowden says plans to resume the English Premier League season will step up this week in what has been labelled Project Restart. It comes as details emerge of a cross-sports working group set up to discuss options for returning to training. Dowden said he has been in contact with clubs about restarting the Premier League as soon as possible. Arsenal, Brighton and Hove Albion and West Ham United have opened their training grounds to players for individual work on Monday, while full training will start on 18th May. From Tuesday, Tottenham Hotspur will make a limited number of pitches available for the first team squad to use in individual sessions. The league is hopeful of a potential 8th June restart and finishing at the end of July to fit in with UEFA's European competition plans. Meanwhile, top flight clubs will meet on Friday to discuss options for the restart. However, a return to action still depends on the government's 5 tests being met, especially an increase in testing and meeting social distancing guidelines. And that's sports news on KUFM's News Dawn. My name is Eosa Egbeka. Back to you, Orlando.
Thank you so much, Egosa. And that's the news. But before we go, let's take a quick recap of the headlines. On the news this morning, we told you that President Buhari has declared a nationwide curfew from Monday. Nigeria reports 64 new cases of COVID-19, total infections now at 1,337. And finally on News Dawn this morning, Governor Obaseki sets up digital homeschooling platform. Please do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Meanwhile, coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors and stay safe. KUFM's News Dawn was produced by Nosahai Owadiai. Do not forget, you can listen to us anywhere in the world, either by visiting our website at www.kufm.net, or you can download our KU mobile app from the Google Play Store. Remember, we're also live on YouTube at KUFM Nigeria. I am God's Love, Orlando, saying thanks for listening and good morning.
Sugar, don't touch that dial.
KUFM 92.7.
Stop stalking your exes. Follow us on Facebook at KUFM Nigeria.
When you want to cook for family and friends, no money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggie Niger pot for that delicious bottom pot. Niger pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggie Niger pot, delicious bottom pot, yeah.
New Maggie Niger pot, made from natural smoke.
morning. Welcome to yet another exciting edition of a favorite sports show on radio. Remember, it is Sport Fiesta Radio Live now 2.7 KUFM down here in Benin City. I'm the sports Berlusconi Sadafi Francis, the Bacadabra Sports Salihu Ibrahim is also here in the studio this lovely Tuesday morning. On the show today, we'll be talking about the Nigerian Football Federation and its board after the meeting held yesterday and what they've mandated the Nigerian Football Federation to do to ensure that they are able to manage their finances after this pandemic because of what it has really caused. And of course, in Africa, Al Ahly, they've promised to pay all their players in full regardless of what is going on, and the fight is still not over. Maybe they have to sit down and look at their differences in the Scottish League. Remember, Rangers are still very much angry with the way things are done in the board, and we'll be talking about all that. And if you are a wrestling fan, brace yourself for the highlights for what happened yesterday as far as the Monday Night Raw is concerned on the show. We'll give you an episode of what happened yesterday. Yes, it's still very much on. Without the fans, they are still entertaining people globally. These and many more we'll be talking about on the show this morning, and there's no better place for us to kickstart the show than to start from our home. That is starting from what happened yesterday with the Nigerian Football Federation. The board of the Nigerian Football Federation, the board now, not the NFF, they had a meeting and they've mandated the NFF, the body responsible for the day-to-day activities as far as football is concerned in this country, to ensure that they cut down on their expenses to be able to manage the money they've been given from FIFA, obviously, and as well as the federal government. They are all in the budget to ensure that they have a smooth year. Remember, the coronavirus has really caused a lot of bigger problem as far as the economy is concerned. So they had a meeting via a video conference, and they've passed on their communique from the meeting to the General Secretary of the Nigerian Football Federation, Sanusi, and of course communicated with the President of the Nigerian Football Federation, Maju Pinnick, on their decision during yesterday board meeting via video conference. Brian, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's really important that they should really manage their finances. I mean, everybody is doing that right now. Even as an individual, you have got to be very careful. You mind the way you spend, because really nobody knows how long this will last. We had the presidential broadcast yesterday. At least it is until the 4th of May before they will start thinking of relaxing some restrictions in Lagos, Abuja, and Ogun states. And we know even here in Edo State there is a partial lockdown. It is not been business as usual for quite some weeks. So because of this, revenues are dwindling. It's not like what you had before. Even the Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria, BON, have now been calling for the federal government to ensure that they capture broadcast stations in whatever stimulus packages that they are given, because our own revenues too are dwindling. People do not advertise the way they used to, because everybody, once the economy is affected, everybody is affected. So in sports, football in particular, that is the number one sport, you've got to be extremely careful. Even governments, their revenues are dwindling. We know what is the biggest revenue earner for Nigeria. It is oil, and you know what's happening in the oil industry right now. The prices have crashed, so you've got to be careful. If government is not pumping in money to do certain things, then the economy will be affected. And the NFF, as far as we know, much of their revenue comes from the government, most of it. Then they've got a partnership, with some organizations who also give them funds, and then World Football Governing Body, FIFA. But you know that with what is happening now, it's not going to be as it used to. Even when we didn't have this pandemic situation, it was always advisable to manage your resources, not to talk of now when it's not coming as it used to. So they have got to be very, very careful how they manage it. At least, thank God, right now nobody's traveling anywhere, so we are not thinking of because of these assignments that they have to prosecute, and there is no money and all of that. So everything now is on hold, so they have enough money. So whatever monies they get, it is really important that they should manage it very, very well, so that by the time the pandemic is over, we will have some money. Will not start complaining, because of the pandemic we didn't have money and all that, and we had to spend, we did this, we did that. So it is really, really important that even after the pandemic, they learn to be very prudent when it comes to managing resources, and that way they will be able to, even if we have another, because really when you look at what's happening in the world, it's not a question of when, of if, it is when you have another situation like this. We pray it will not be as extensive as this, that will cover almost the entire world, but you just know that some of these things will happen. There will come a time where it will not be business as usual for everybody, and they should start now thinking about other ways of making money. I really do not understand why the marketing department of the Nigeria Football Federation has not done much better than it is doing. I know I've met some of the head of marketing in the NFF, and I know that they've done quite a lot, but I'm seeing other things that I do not even understand why they have not exploited those positions. You cannot go to the NFF office, for instance, to say you want to buy a Super Eagles jersey. So I do not know why the NFF themselves directly would not have a retail store where you can go in and get merchandise of the Super Eagles. If you launch a Shagodegbami jersey, for instance, maybe as we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of that 1980 Africa Cup of Nations win, you do a jersey that will commemorate that event with pictures of all of them. A Best Ogedegbe jersey, a Christian Chiku jersey, and all that. These jerseys will sell millions. So I really do not understand why they don't think along these lines. You sell all this, you launch it properly, maybe even take it to the president or the minister, and it is launched. You go to the state where that Super Eagle hails from, you do proper launching of it, and then get people to buy the jerseys. If you sell an Osinakocha jersey, believe me, if you launch it and you say this to commemorate maybe 25 years of the Super Eagles' first appearance at USA 94, and then you launch a JJ Okocha jersey, people are going to buy it. You want to celebrate the 7th anniversary of Rashidi Ekini's death, you launch his jersey and maybe with his a picture in front. People are going to buy into this thing. So these are the kind of things that I expect the NFF to be thinking about, and then it will be an additional source of revenue for them, so that they will not have to wait for revenues from the governments or even from FIFA, because I know every year FIFA gives them money, but it is money for you to execute FIFA projects in your country. So they've got to be prudent, and they've got to ensure that these monies are not embezzled, so that football can develop in Nigeria.
Okay, let's hope so. And of course, in that same meeting, they also mandated the Nigerian Football Federation to communicate with their biggest sponsor, ITO, on how the 2020 ITO Cup, which is the FA Cup, done here, will be done. Remember, the Nigerian Football Federation has since told us that they need 6 to 8 weeks to conclude the remaining fixtures as far as the Nigerian Professional Football League is concerned, and also the league, the Nigerian National League, and all that. Try to do something fantastic when once it's okay for people to go back to the pitch here in Nigeria and play football, and see those that will be relegated and those that will be promoted to the Nigerian Professional Football League. They also mandated them to ensure that salaries of coaches are paid. Talking about the salary coaches that are employed by the Nigerian Football Federation, not the coach football clubs. And of course, the ITU Cup money we spoke about some few days ago for last year, they also mandated to ensure that they get that money and pay the football clubs that complaining right now. Basically, those were the major discussions that went down yesterday in the NFL board meeting, and they've since communicated with the Nigerian Football Federation.
That's another thing that they should be looking at, and they should try to correct going forward. If you have any company sponsoring the FA Cup or the Federation Cup, whatever they call it, I think once you've announced that, okay, this is the prize money, on that day, on the day of the final, there should be a dummy check presented to the team, and then the real check given to them, so that the next day they should get their money. We shouldn't be waiting and you start hearing all kinds of stories. So if it is the NFF that is organizing any competition, they must ensure they tell the sponsors, this money, if you are sponsoring, we've already announced, the money should be available before the final, so that as soon as the final is played, they give the club that wins the dummy check, and then the runner-up, they give them their own money, and also hand them their real check in the envelope. I presume that they will play it on a Sunday. By Monday, they should be able to go to the bank and cash it.
One club for sure that knows how to cash check and pay their players is in Egypt, and this club is called Al Ahly. They have said that they will pay its players and staff their full wages for the next 4 months, despite the suspension of all football competitions due to the coronavirus pandemic. We've seen clubs, even in the advanced countries, complaining of financial difficulties. Hence, players have gone to 70, 50, 25, as the case may be, wages court. But this club is one of the biggest in our continent, Africa, and they've promised for the next.
If not the very biggest. Look, Al Ahly, supermassive club, they are the most successful club in the CAF Champions League. They are Africa's most successful club. They even won the award for CAF Club of the Century. So they really know how to run football in Egypt. A little wonder why your CAF headquarters is there in Cairo. So Al Ahly, professionally run a club. I think Nigeria should even first try to become like Egypt in terms of football. Then you look at South Africa before we even start thinking of competing with Europe. Morocco, look, these are you go there, you see how their football is run, you see how the club structure is. It's not haphazard like you have here. A well structured system. You can see everything working very well. Now they are going to pay their footballers their full salaries from the 1st of April to the 1st of July, which is the 4 months that will be most affected by the coronavirus. Hopefully by August, we hope that things will start getting to normal. They actually even discuss this prospect. They call the players through video conferencing, and they discuss the possibility of not paying full salary of the players and the other staff having to take pay cuts. But then they reviewed their financial situation, and they discovered that it is really strong and that they can pay their players the full salary. So why even ask the players to take a pay cut? That's exactly what they have done. And when you are this open, you are this transparent, even if the players will have to take a pay cut in the future, they will gladly take it, because they will remember that when the club was in a very strong financial situation, they paid them their full salaries, even when they played virtually no football at all. So this is how clubs should be run. You do not hear the Al Ahly club management running to the governor of one state, or running to the minister, or running to the president to say we need help. The club is run professionally. They are independent, so they can afford to do some of these things. It's really how our own clubs here in Nigeria should be run. It mustn't be exactly like it is in Europe. You can have your own system, but you make it work very well. And so when you look at the North Africans, you look at South Africa, not the whole of Southern Africa, South Africa as a country, you realize that Africa has got the potential to properly run a football club. So we should emulate this guys. We should try to be like them and even better.
Okay, we are going for a very quick commercial break. When we return, we'll talk about Rangers Glasgow and all the controversies concerning that football club right now ahead of whether they should conclude the season or not. I mean, the others have voted, but Rangers have had their own issues with the way the votes were conducted. We will talk more on that and many more when we return from this quick commercial break. Please stay with us.
I'm tired of the poor power situation. Every time I stock the fridge, I come back to spoiled food.
My dear, I am tired too.
I think it's about time we go solar.
Go solar?
With Vertical Solar, we can go solar for as low as 36,000 naira monthly by paying in installments of up to 12 months.
Really?
Vertical Solar range of products can power household devices such as televisions, fridges, air conditioners, microwave, water pumps, electric iron, washing machine, and lots more. With extensive pay in installments plans up to 12 months with 10 years warranty.
Wow, what are the benefits of solar energy?
We are talking uninterrupted power supply, no monthly electricity bill, zero noise and smoke emission, and reduced generator maintenance cost.
Where is Vertical Solar located?
Number 28, Country Home Motel Road, off Ajib Junction, Sapler Road, Benin City. You can call them on 0816-170-1105 or 0703-623-4843. You can also send them an email on info@verticalsolar.com.ng.
Vertical Solar, your lifetime power partners.
Maggi Nigeria content, soup and sweet, and porridge will make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Nigeria pot for that delicious bottom pot. Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggi Niger pot, made from natural smoked fish, stock fish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
That no be birthday song. Now the new song where we take the wash hand be that. Make we do our part to stop coronavirus to the spread. Wash your hand kia every time with water where they rush reach 20 seconds. The same time when you go take you to sing happy birthday song 2 times. Use tissue paper cover mouth anytime you want sneeze or cough. Or do them inside your elbow. Give 2 meters space anytime when you and person won't talk. They use disinfectants, they clean the areas where your hand they touch well. Get your informate only from government people demo. If you just come back from overseas, make you try it under for house, reach 14 days. If you get as body they do you, call NCDC number quick 00-970-000-010. Know what you supposed to do for yourself and people where they around you. Now NCDC they bring on this message and the NMPC IPPG team will be Association of Indigenous Oil and Gas Producing Companies. They pay for them.
My people, make una listen with government for Edo State. One make sure say all of us know how our body day for this coronavirus wahala. Starting from Wednesday, 22nd April 2020, our health workers will start what they call mobile post screening for coronavirus, and now for all the 12 wards for all the local government. I beg, make una cooperate with all health workers. This mobile post screening now the same one where they do for some health centers. I beg, make all of us try stay for house, and if you come be say we must enter town, make sure say we wear face mask and make we dey wash our hands with soap and tap water wey dey flow. Abeg, make we no near people. Remember say curfew dey for Edo State from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. Call these toll-free numbers if we get any issue: 080-0123-5111 and 080-022-00110. This coronavirus, we go get over am. Edo State government bring on this message.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us on the show this morning. Just not to get yourself confused, the curfew here in Edo State is still 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. until Wednesday. Tomorrow will be the 10th day. It started on Monday last week, 1 to 3. Yeah, it will be the 10th day. Then the one you heard from the presidential broadcast yesterday, that is the 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. the morning, will definitely come into effect on Thursday. So don't say you heard the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria talking about 8 p.m. you stay outside. Please, let's get back home. And for those that are still working, we will be begging, if you're not on essential duties like us with our ID cards, they will definitely allow us to pass if we're coming to work as at that time or going back home as at that time. But for those that are not on essential duties, but your offices are still very much open, please allow your workers to leave 5:30 thereabout. Let them go home and get back home early because of traffic and all that, so that they will be caught on the way when going home late at night. Then they have to go pay fine or even spend some time behind bars. Okay, let's move on the show this morning. Let's go straight to the United Kingdom. We'll be going to England first. We'll be going to Scotland, where the SPFL has called an extraordinary general meeting for the 12th of May after Rangers have required them to come and discuss how they conducted the voting on whether to end the season the way it is right now or to continue. Rangers have kind of voiced their concerns since the board of the SPFL, that is the Scottish Premier Football League, started this discussion, and they've said that the way they've conducted everything has really not been pleasant to them.
Well, it's not just Rangers. Hearts and Fenrir also made these requisitions, and so they will be having that extraordinary general meeting on the 12th of May. Rangers have been screaming since the very beginning. They said they do not want this, and they also said that they are going to provide evidence supporting their stance that the SPFL twisted some clubs to vote in favor of the resolution to end the season where they did. You remember that Dundee initially did not support that, but later they came, and when the moment Dundee voted yes for the season to be truncated, it's now meant that the resolution was passed by 81% of the vote. But Rangers have not been happy about it, because if the situation ends this way, then it will mean that Celtic will be crowned champion of the Scottish Premier League. So they have been saying that they are not going to allow this. So the resolution which was agreed upon provided a mandate for the Premiership, that's the top flight in England with the 12 club, to be cut short. And then there are also some issues that they did not look at, because if they end the league as it is now, the Premiership, for instance, Hearts will be relegated, but the top flights, they are thinking of maybe they are going to play it to a conclusion. And there are also another proposal for nobody to be relegated from the top flight, and then you promote 2 clubs from the Championship, so that next season, instead of 12 clubs in the Scottish Premier League Premiership, you have 14 clubs. So Rangers are not happy about it, and Hearts, to knowing that they will be relegated if this is allowed, they are trying to see how they can fight it. Rangers are saying that they have investigated Dundee's yes vote, and that it alarmingly failed to examine wider fundamental issues, and then they said they want a broader inquiry that will help restore confidence in the league. So the Scottish Premier League, previously they claimed to have a dossier of evidence and proofs of clubs being talking about Rangers now, they claimed to have a dossier of evidence and proof of clubs being bullied by the SPFL to vote in favor of the resolution. So they are saying that they need the support of 32 of the 42 member clubs for it to pass. The SPFL, they are required to hold a general meeting of all 42 clubs if it receives requests from 3 members, and the organization's board said on Monday that it had met that criteria to consider requisitions by Hearts and Rangers and Strenia calling for an EGM, that's Emergency General Meeting, to consider a resolution put forward by them. So they are going to have that at 11 a.m. on Tuesday, the 12th of May.
Okay, I hope they are able to discuss this. Why in England the government just can't wait for the Premier League to get back again. They are talking about how the FA should meet and ensure that plans are on the way to get back to the pitch ASAP. Obviously, without the fans, they know that they will gain a lot from tactics, when the money right comes before it goes into the football club. The FA will be taxed there, and the football club gets, and tax here and there. They pay tax a lot. Why they are doing that somewhere? They are very close neighbor, talking about Scotland, are fighting on whether to end. Different people with their own different resolution. Okay, still talking about ending the football or not. Remember, we were discussing some couple of weeks ago how Club Brugge should be handed over the trophy, because they win or lose or draw their last game, they are destined to be crowned champions at the end of the season. But there are other clubs that are banking on that last game to either stick a claim at a continental competition next season or stay in the in the Belgian League top flight next season. And they have, as we speak right now, postponed a vote whether to end the season and just give the trophy to Club Brugge, and that's it. And everybody will be at their particular position. But other clubs are seriously kicking against it, and right now, as we speak, they've decided to postpone voting for the season to come to an end.
Yeah, this is why many say, and look, I think that is just the best. End the season, conclude it, play the last match, so that there will not be any issue. Last season we did not hear, okay, this club that was relegated didn't deserve to be relegated.
True.
The club that was crowned champions did not deserve it. They played 3 matches more than any other team, because every team played the same number of matches, 38 if you are in a 20 league competition. But when you have any situation that will make you end the season abruptly, then you have a problem. If you crown any club champion, you might have a situation where people will complain. Even the Club Brugge that have been crowned champions have felt, okay, they have already won the regular season. But that is not the way they conclude the season in Belgium. It's not by just winning the regular season. You still have to go through the playoff. And they are cancelling the last match of the season and the playoff. So some clubs can still complain that Brugge should not have been made champions, or Brugge are not true champions because they did not go through the playoff. The rules are the rules. It's different in different countries. Look at the presidential system in the United States of America, for instance. Last election, Hillary Clinton got about 3 million more votes than Donald Trump when you count the votes. But it is not that determines who the president is in the United States of America. It is the collegiate system, where some states, if you win one state, you get a certain number of points. You win this state, you get a certain number of points. So you may total the whole votes and you have more votes, but so long as the person scores more of the votes in the electoral college, it's that person who wins. And so that's why Donald Trump is today president of the United States of America. So if in Belgium it is that you go through the playoff to win, even if you top the regular season, it's just like the NBA. Even if you win your regular season and you are top there, you still have to go through the playoffs. So it is, if you're able to win the playoff, that you go to play the NBA final. So there is no, it's like in a competition, in a football competition, you win your group with maximum points, 9 points. Then another team manages to qualify with 3 points, just as Portugal did in 2016 in the Euros. They qualified with 3 points from their group. They drew all their matches. Yes, there are some other teams who had more points, but in the end, what happened? Portugal emerged champion because those are the rules. If it's any other competition, maybe Portugal will not even have qualified in the first place to get to the round of 16. So there's some way now what is happening in Belgium. They said, okay, this is how we are going to do it, but because of the coronavirus situation, we are ending the season. Yes, everybody can say that Brugge right there, nobody can catch them. But what will have happened if they had gone through the playoff? Or like when you have an abridged season, one team does well and they top the league at the end of the regular season. You now go to play Super 4, Super 6, or Super 8, whatever it is. Another club that maybe finished 8, if it is Super 8, another club that finished 8 in the league could be the champion at the end of the day. So whenever you have a situation where you will not complete the season, it's going to lead to trouble, and that's what they are having right now in Belgium. Some clubs complaining about then having to be relegated and all of that. So this is just the kind of things that happen. So that's why the best thing for everybody will be you play the season to a logical conclusion, and then everybody will be okay with it.
All right, we'll go for another break. When we come back, we'll be talking about football again. If we have enough time, take a look at some rumors making the brands, the newspaper in England about transfer. But we'll be going straight to other sport when we come back from this break. Please stay with us.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now bad disease wey don kill many people. But no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. Don't near anybody. Remember, say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember, say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800-123-5111 or 0800-220-0110. On our way just come from abroad, show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. Lagos State government bring on this message.
Maggi Nigeria, soup wey sweet and porridge wey make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Nigeria pot for that delicious bottom pot. Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggi Nigeria pot, made from natural smoked fish, stock fish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
That no be birthday song. Now the new song when we take the wash hand be that. Make we do our part to stop coronavirus to the spread. Wash your hand kia every time with water where they rush reach 20 seconds. The same time when it go take you to sing happy birthday song 2 times. Use tissue paper cover mouth anytime you want sneeze or cough. Or do them inside your elbow. Give 2 meters space anytime when you and person want talk. They use disinfectants. They clean the areas where your hand they touch well. Get your informate only from government people demo. If you just come back from overseas, make you try tanda for house. Reach 14 days. If you get as body they do you, call NCDC number quick 00-970 000-010. Know what you supposed to do for yourself and people with there around you. Now NCDC they bring on this message and the NMPC IPPG team, where the Association of Indigenous Oil and Gas Producing Companies, they pay for them.
All right, quick one before we go to other sport. We also have heard that the Argentine League will also be cut off because of the coronavirus. And someone that should know more about football than any of us down here is Diego Maradona, who has won the World Cup. He said he's sad and pained right now that he cannot get back to the game he loves so much. Remember, before the pandemic, he became a coach, and now he wants to get back to do something, and that he's bored, and really bored. His words, anyway.
Yeah, his club, Gimnasia Y Esgrima, the Esgrima La Plata, they were among the bottom 3 clubs in the relegation standings, and because of what they've done now, they are going to remain in the top flight. Because when the president of the Argentine Football Association, Claudio Tapia, announced on Monday that the season was over, he announced that there would be no relegation for 2 campaigns. the season that is talking about the league itself had ended.
Yeah.
But they were here to play the cup and other competitions. And Boca Juniors won. I think that they played the last game in March. Yeah, so Boca Juniors had already won the league. But if they had continued, then they would have relegated a couple of clubs. 3 clubs would have been relegated. But from what Tapia announced yesterday, the season for the next 2 seasons, not just this campaign, they are not going to relegate any team this season, and next season also they are not going to relegate any team, just so that they can conclude the season. They've just cancelled everything. So all the other cup competitions that they were supposed to play, everything has now been cancelled until next season, and this is because of what's happening with the coronavirus. So you have Belgium already ended, the Netherlands ended, now Argentina also, they've ended their season. So we're waiting to see what Europe will do. Maybe all of these different countries that are ending, some of them adopting different strategies to end it. These ones now have said we are not relegating anybody, so it is status quo maintained, although they already have a champion, and at least thank God for them, they concluded their own league. It's just the cup and other things that they are yet to do.
Okay, let's go to cricket. This one a little bit funny. We've heard of people being approached for corruption, whether to match fees and as the case may be. Even when they don't carry it out, people don't really get to be punished. But there's this Pakistan cricketer, Umar Akmal, who has now been banned for 3 good years from anything that has to do with cricket, anything that has to do with the game that he loves so much. He's 29. He was approached twice, and wasn't as if he carried out the corruption case. He didn't, but because he failed to report the incident and he was approached, and the board has gotten angry and said, you're banned for 3 years.
That's how it is. Even in football, you are urged to report it when they make any contact with you. You can play along, you can tell them, okay, yes, you are interested, but immediately report. If possible, the body, if it is FIFA, if it is cricket, if it is whatever, they might help you out. They might even give you a wire. They might ask you to find a way to record the interaction between you and those people. If possible, they will have security officers around, so that the moment you finish that discussion with these people, the authorities can come in and arrest them. Failure to report, even if you do not go along with it, once you fail to report, then you are in serious trouble, really. And they've told all the people involved in this thing, they've warned them, they've told them, once you are approached, so they know. So if Umar Akmal was approached not once but twice, and he did not report to the authorities, even if they have discovered now that he was not involved in it, but because you failed to report, because if they approach you and you do not do anything about it, they are likely going to meet someone else. But if you had reported that these people have come to me to do this, then you will have been advised on what's the best way to go about it. As I said, the authorities will get involved and they will bust that racket. But if you keep quiet, they will move to someone else once they see that you are not interested in it. So he deserves to get that punishment, because they know. They tell them all these seminars that they organize. Once it comes to match fixing, they tell them and they explain to them the steps. The first one is the moment you are approached. If you fear for your life, you feel that, or if you tell them, no, I'm not going to participate with you, you guys are going to report you, then you could be in serious trouble. They might even kill you. But the moment you could say whatever you want to say with them, agree to whatever, but report to the authorities, and then they will know what to do. They will take it up from there. If you fail to report it, then you'll be in very serious trouble. Remember that Amos Adamu was banned for 3 years. He even said he told FIFA what was happening at that time, but FIFA still sanctioned him for some ethical issues that he did not do. So he has only himself to blame for not reporting the issue. It's not enough for you to be approached and you say, no, I'm not interested, I'm not going to do this. I believe in fair play, I believe in this, I believe in that, so count me out. No, I'm not interested. And you leave it at that. No, it is not enough. You have got to report to the authorities so that proper action will be taken.
Okay, all the best to Uma, and hopefully we'll be back stronger.
It's 29.
Yeah.
By the time he finishes his
32.
suspension, will be 32. So he can still come back to play.
Okay, talking about desire to play sport, the sport that you love to do. Remember, you actually presented on that day when you spoke about Djokovic and his statement that they are in agreement with the former world number one Roger Federer and of course Rafael Nadal to raise money for the smaller tennis players in terms of ranking to help them ease the pressure.
Those rank from 250 to 700.
But there's this other young man who is currently one of the best tennis players in the world. He's ranked between 1 to 5. Dominic Thiem. He was the weekend. He was asked in Austria what he think about the proposed thing done by world number one and alongside the greats as far as the game is concerned. He said, well, to be honest, that he doesn't really, I feel like giving his hard-earned, using his words now, money to people who don't deserve it. According to him, he said these guys, they don't put the game, tennis, above every other thing, that they do it as if it's part-time. Unlike them, that had to put it like this is our major thing that we're doing, and nothing was handed over to them. So why should he hand monies to people who are not really in love with the game? Plus, he would prefer to give the money to those who seriously need it in the country and in the world. Maybe the head authorities or the government who seriously are in need of the money.
Yeah, I think I understand where he's coming from. It's like what Manuel Adebayo said some time ago concerning, even if the Drogba and Sabaleto are giving what we call giveaways here in Nigeria, it doesn't mean that he has to. These guys, they face different challenges from him, and he knows his country, he knows what he has faced. People have even accused him, they've told him things like he was the one that brought the coronavirus to Lome, in spite of all the things he has done for them in the past. So he just told them, well, if anybody wants to spend their money by giving donation, that is their own. Me, I'm not ready to donate anything to anybody. And when you know the story of Emmanuel Adebayo, you will understand where he's coming from. Even his own family members have said some pretty nasty things about him. And he said he had spent so much on his family that he even became bankrupt. So was trying to satisfy everybody. Now, Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, and Djokovic, these guys are multimillionaires. If you look at prize money alone, it's over 100 million that they've won from tennis over the years. We're not even talking about endorsements and other things where they really make their money. So if three of them are coming together to give 3 million, that's the total that they are giving. 3 million, and they want to share it. I think they said so that player will get about 10 million or so, 10,000 or so. Yeah, that's from the players that are around 250 to 700, because they believe that these guys do not make money as regularly as the rest of them. It's understandable. It's not such a big deal to them to give out that money. But if Dominic Thiem is not interested in giving his money, fine. But I think he should be a bit more charitable when describing these other guys. If somebody is ranked 250th in the world, it might not be because he is not putting in enough work. It might be because he's just not as talented as you are. He's ranked number 4, number 5. Maybe that's why he is in that rank. And if somebody is ranked 250 and above, for God's sake, you do not expect tennis to be the only thing. Maybe the tournaments that he will even qualify for are far and in between, and the amount of prize money he gets, maybe if he's even doing other jobs, he will even be making more from that than in tennis. So you do not expect such a person to, as we say in this part of the world, carry the work for head like government work. You have got to think of other means of making money. If he's not interested in giving money to anybody, I think he should just say, look, I do not have the money to give to them. He might have come across 1 or 2 people who are in that rank that are not particularly serious about tennis, but there are some who are struggling, who just want to break into the top 200 and then the top 100, top 50, top 20 and top 10, but they just do not have the talent. I think he should consider himself privileged that he is as talented as he is, and he can even mix it up with the big boss. He's beating Rafael Nadal, he's beating Roger Federer, he's beating Novak Djokovic. Not many players can say that in their entire career, beating the top 3 players arguably ever in the sport. Because when you look at the number of Grand Slams, these are the guys that have won the most Grand Slam. Roger Federer 20, Rafael Nadal 19. I think Djokovic is up to 16 now or so. Yeah, so these guys, not even Andre Agassi or Pete Sampras or John Borg have won this number. The highest of the old guard is 14. Pete Sampras. Yeah, so the rest of them are, I think nobody's on 13, 7. You even have 12 when you start looking at the John Borg and some other guys. So you should consider himself lucky and privileged that he is playing at the high standard that he is right now, and maybe be a bit more charitable when talking about these other guys. He might have met some of them who are just lackadaisical about it, and he just feels so these guys are not serious about tennis. But it might be because they are not as talented, and they have come to realize that I will not make it through this sport, and so they might mix tennis up with other stuff, and that's why it's appearing like they are not. You think that there is anybody in the world who is in the who is ranked 250 and above who will not want to be in the position of Dominic Thiem or Roger Federer or Rafael Nadal or Djokovic? Of course, they will want to be as talented as those guys, but they are not. So if the top 3 guys are trying to give some stipends to these guys, I think we should. It's not his money. They should allow them, give them. Since he doesn't want to give, no problem. But he should not be saying that these guys are not serious with tennis.
Okay, let's talk about Formula 1 before we go straight to combat sport now. Formula 1 boss Chasey Carey has said that they will look forward to starting the season in Austria in July. Remember, over the weekend, the French Grand Prix, rather, it was actually cancelled, and making it the 10th one. And this is, in my opinion, it's since the season have not started, let's just roll the year 2020 and say if it didn't come at all, and just look ahead and start the Formula 1 in January. But they're still very hopeful of starting this.
Yeah, but if they can start in July, July, that's you have split the year into two. Yeah. So that is the last 6 months of the year. So as I said, if they can have 15 races, I think it's how many races have been outrightly cancelled? If they can
10. Okay, I would say 9. One was postponed. I move forward, but looking at the one that have officially been cancelled, we say 9. So we have 11 left.
Have they cancelled officially?
Yeah, according to the Formula 1 news over the weekend, they cancelled the French Grand Prix. It could not be staged. That's why Silverstone, they've told rather the F1 that they could host 2 races this year.
But I think from what they are saying, they might have about 15 to 18 races. Yeah, so it means it's just a couple of races that have outrightly been cancelled. So he's saying September that the first race was expected in Austria between the 3rd and the 5th of July. Then September, October, and November we'll see them race in Eurasia, Asia, and the Americas, finishing the season in the Gulf in December with Bahrain before the traditional finale in Abu Dhabi, having completed between 15 and 18 races. That will be very good. So it means it is only 5, maybe 2 to 5 races that will be cancelled. They are looking at the maximum of 5 being cancelled, and they will have about 15 to 18 races, which is okay if they can do that. It's only when they are now faced with the possibility of cancelling about half of the races. That's when I'll say, look, just forget it and start afresh next season. So long as they still have the potential to do 15 races, I think they should wait and see what will happen so that they can have the season.
Okay, let's go to combat sport now. Let's just go straight to the entertainment, and if we have enough time, we're talking about WBC and Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. Let's just go straight to wrestling and take a look at what happened on Monday Night Raw.
We heard on Monday Night Raw last night. Montel Vontavious Porter, that's MVP. He introduced the 3 Raw competitors who will fight in the Money in the Bank ladder match. Rey Mysterio, Aleister Black, and Apollo Crews. Then Zelina Vega interrupted and she challenged the 3 men. She said they should give up their title opportunities to Andrade, Angel Garza, and Austin Theory. Then this started a brawl between the 3 of them, which led to a match. So we had Rey Mysterio, Aleister Black, and Apollo Crews in one team. They took on Andrade, Angel Garza, and Austin Theory, and they won this fight. That's Mysterio, Black, and Cruz defeated Andrade, Garza, and Theory. Then Shayna Baszler was supposed to have a fight with Asuka and Nia Jax. This is a triple threat match, but Asuka started it by cutting a promo on Nia Jax. She accused her of injuring Kairi Sane last week, and so she was saying she was going to take a revenge. So this brought out the other competitors. But before the bell could sound, Shayna Baszler started attacking Asuka, who's known as the Empress of Tomorrow. So while they were battling, Nia Jax just took out both of them with a ladder, and then she stood tall. So the match never even really got underway. Then afterwards, Charlie Caruso interviewed Nia Jax, and she said no one would stop her from doing whatever she wanted. Then Bobby Lashley took on Denzel Dejonet. He asked his wife and manager Lana to remain backstage because she was too much of a distraction, and he dominated Dejonet and won easily. Then Liv Morgan took on Ruby Riott, and it was Liv Morgan that won this encounter. And afterwards, she was interviewed, and she said she was confident that she would figure out who she was. Then Jinder Mahal, the guy who calls himself the modern day Maharaja, he made a return to the WWE, and he was in action against Akira Tozawa. He won in dominant fashion, hitting him with the colors for the win. The United States champion Andrade took on Apollo Crews. Earlier, they were part of the 6-man tag team action, and Apollo Crews pinned Andrade to get the win for his team. So he now challenged Apollo Crews. He now challenged Andrade for his United States championship title, but it didn't work out for him, as Apollo Crews went for a frog splash, but he injured his knee, and this led the referee to stop the match. So it was Andrade who defeated Apollo Crews via referee stoppage to retain his WWE United States Championship. Then Ricochet and Cedric Alexander took on a team known as Eva Rice, featuring Matt Martel and Chase Parker. Ricochet and Cedric Alexander won this encounter. They defeated Eva Rice via pinfall. Then MVP then appeared on the screen to announce that he had drafted the first wrestlers to his group, Shane Thorne and Braden Vink, who wanted a match against Ricochet and Alexander. Then we had Drew McIntyre and Seth Rollins. They signed their contract for the Money in the Bank match. The title, WWE Championship, held by Drew McIntyre, is on the line. So Seth Rollins explained to Drew McIntyre that he wasn't going after him because he disliked him, but that he was just doing this for the greater good. But McIntyre told him to just shut up and stop talking, and that he was going for his throat, not just to make a statement. And then they signed, but Drew McIntyre slammed the head of Seth Rollins into the contract table. Then Buddy Murphy came to help out Seth Rollins, but then excuse me, he was hit by a Claymore kick from Drew McIntyre. So that's how Raw ended last night.
All right, sorry guys, we can't take your text messages this morning, but we'll be taking them in the evening. We have to go down and have bills to pay. But before we do that, let's take the final whistle on the show this morning.
We are ending the tournament. The idea is to restart play, but when authorities allow it and with maximum security. We are respectful of the measures that the government takes, and we must comply with them. When football stopped playing, it was not by decision of the Argentine soccer leaders, but by a decision of the Minister of Health. Human beings come first. If we take a hasty decision and a contagion occurs, we would go back to March 10 or 11, and it will be a piece of paper. We want football to return, but we will have to wait. Life first. Argentine Football Association President Claudio Tapia declaring the Argentine League over with no relegation for 2 campaigns due to the COVID-19 disruption. That was the final whistle on Sports Fiesta this morning.
See you guys later. Bye-bye.
Hey, my people, away migrants and migrants as messenger. Don't bring on a open new season of Waka Well. Radio drama where they highlight the dangers of irregular migration. Make una listen every week for KUFM every Wednesday from 9:15 to 9:30 a.m. Make you no forget to tell your family and friends. May they tune in. May they follow you. Enjoy ya.
Trying to get or receive information through all corners of the globe requires unprecedented internet service. At Wireless NG, we provide fast, reliable, and affordable unlimited broadband internet service to homes and businesses. Service is currently available across Lagos and Benin. Visit us today at Wireless NG 5 Ramaya, Ikenede Street off PZ Sapler Road, Benin City, or our marketing office, 70 Olowo Complex, Airport Road, Benin City, or call 0807-887-9960 or 0703-672-9147. Wireless NG, erasing internet boundaries.
Make una listen with government for Edo State. One make sure say all of us know how our body day for this coronavirus wahala. Starting from Wednesday 22nd April 2020, our health workers will start waiting that they call.
President Muhammadu Buhari has declared an overnight curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. nationwide as part of efforts to curtail the spread of COVID-19. The Nigerian leader also approved what he called the phased and gradual easing of the lockdown in Lagos and Ogun states, as well as the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The president announced this during his third nationwide broadcast on COVID-19. President Buhari also extended the COVID-19 lockdown in Lagos, Ogun, and the FCT by 1 week. Although the lockdown will be gradually lifted from May 4th, he announced 4 new measures that will ensure the COVID-19 virus spread is mitigated. The president, however, ordered a lockdown for 2 weeks in Kano State. The new measures include an overnight curfew, a ban on interstate travel, a partial and controlled ban on interstate movement of goods, and the mandatory of use of face mask, physical distancing, and personal hygiene. Nigeria on Monday recorded 64 new cases of the novel coronavirus, bringing the country's total infections to 1,337. According to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, in a tweet via its official handle, 34 of the new infections were recorded in Lagos, 15 in the FCT, 11 in Borno, and 2 each in Taraba and Gombe. The country's total death from the virus still stands at 40, while 255 have recovered. However, the novel coronavirus has claimed at least 208,973 lives since its outbreak in China in December. According to a tally from official sources compiled by AFP, at 1900 GMT on Monday, More than 2,997,540 cases were registered in 193 countries and territories. Of these cases, at least 818,700 are now considered recovered. And here in Edo State, the governor, Godwin Obaseki, has assured that no child will be left behind academically as the state adopted digital learning alternative to engage the children while the lockdown lasts. The digital learning christened EduBest at Home is an adapted online version of EduBest, which is designed to offer about 4 hours of daily learning to pupils. Governor Obaseki disclosed this on Monday during a briefing on the way forward for basic education in the state amidst the coronavirus-induced closure. He said the package has been assessed by over 40,000 parents and teachers, both from within and outside the state, noting that it's open for both private and public school pupils. Meanwhile, the governor has disclosed that the government has entered into partnership with one of the telecommunication firm in Nigeria to provide zero data access and two-way SMS at no cost to parents. Parents with basic feature of analog phones would have daily learning materials delivered to them through USSD and audio files, while those living in rural areas or places without internet cover will be provided with alternative e-learning package. Governor Obaseki said care packs designed for home learning for kids with special needs will be delivered to their parents across the 3 senatorial districts in the state. And to Bayelsa State, the governor, Doye Diri, has declared a total lockdown in the state starting from midnight of Monday, April 27th. The governor said only essential workers, pharmaceuticals and foodstuff sellers are exempted from the restriction of movements. This announcement follows the confirmed index case of the coronavirus in the state. And to Anambra, where the government has announced plan to reopen 63 major markets in the state on May 4th after closure since late March, I beg your pardon. The governor of the state, Willie Obiano, made this known to newsmen at Aguleri, Anambra East local government area on Monday after his brief meeting with the 63 market leaders in the state. And finally, a news update at 9 to Lagos State, where the governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has announced the discharge of 15 former COVID-19 patients, including an Indian national. This was disclosed on Twitter by Gwat Jubril, who is the Senior Special Assistant SSA to the Governor of Lagos State on New Media. The list comprises 11 females and 4 males. They were discharged from the isolation facilities at Yaba, Onikan, and Onikan. 11 were from Infectious Disease Hospital Yaba, and 4 from Onikan Isolation Center. And that's KUFM's news update at 9. Please stay with us for more interesting programs and news updates on every hour. Do not forget you can listen to us anywhere in the world, either by visiting our website at www.kufm.net, or you can download our KU mobile app from the Google Play Store. Remember, we're also live on YouTube at KUFM Nigeria. I am Godslove Orlando saying thanks for listening and good morning.
Stop stalking your exes. Follow us on Facebook at KUFM Nigeria.
And this check-off news come from media houses. And I'm aware that in Ebonyi State, they have the state-owned media houses. The EBBC, which is the Ebonyi State Broadcasting Corporation. You have the Ministry of Information. You have the newspaper Angle, the Petroid. And monthly, they do deductions, which, of course, they remit to the council there in Ebonyi State. I think the governor misconstrued this to mean allowance. It is despicable for anybody to imagine that NUJ will be on the payroll of anybody. Immediately I had that, I quickly, in fact, that got my attention immediately, that I had to quickly reach out to the governor. I didn't make a phone call. I had to engage him on a WhatsApp chat. And clearly he said, oh, sorry. He apologized. I have the chats to read. He apologized that he didn't really understand the difference between chairman and president, because he actually said the president and leadership of NUJ. And I asked him, Mr. Governor, since I became president, have you sent 1 naira to me or to NUJ that I lead? He said, no, he never said that. That he thought the state leadership also answers president. I said, no, please. And he profusely apologized, and for which the governor could come down and say, okay, I'm sorry for this gaffe. You don't need to kill him. So I accepted. But let me make it very clear to you. Take it from me officially. You are hearing it from Mr. President. voice now. There is nothing like that. EJ does not collect any allowance. It's not on the payroll of any state government, not just a point state, on any state government. And nobody can do that, because remember that whoever pays the piper dictates the tone. If you subject yourself to receiving such from a state, it means that you have tied your mouth, your hand, and everything. You cannot speak out again. So there's nothing like that. Under my watch, it will not be tolerated. Any state council that lives its life at the mercy of the state government by collection of allowance, we are going to sanction such a council. There will be dire consequences for that. It is unacceptable. It will never exist.
All right, Mr. President, quickly, quoting you, you said once any journalist is, beginning to collect any money from a particular government, he or she would have his mouth closed.
Quote me correctly. I said any of my councils, to use my words. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Okay, here's the question. Does a governor of a state have the right to ban a journalist from covering activities in the government house or in any part of the state?
Nobody has the president has no such rights, and it does not exist under any law. So I made it clear to the governor that you don't give what you don't have. You don't have such right. I recall when the CNN reporter at the White House, President Trump, banned them, from covering activities of the White House. Within 3 hours, of course, they went to court. Within 3 hours, the reporter was sent back to the White House. And of course, the engagement of the president that evening, the reporter of CNN was part of it. You understand? So, if it could happen at that level, I wonder how anybody can imagine, hallucinate, that it could just wake up one morning and say you are banning a journalist. Remember, the government house is not a private property. It is a public concern. The government facilities that the governor made reference to, they don't belong to you. You can stop somebody from coming to your private house and say, please, I don't want anybody here. It is your house, so you can stop people. But the government house, thank God, it is called government house. It is not Dave Umahi's house. So it's a public property. So no governor has such right to ban or restrain any journalist from covering activities at the government house.
All right. A few weeks or few months ago, some particular media houses, and of course some journalists attached to these media houses, were also banned from covering activities in the National Assembly. Now, with this happening, that has happened in the National Assembly, this also has happened in Ebonyi State. What are you doing as the president of NUJ to reduce?
Let me tell you, nobody banned journalists from covering National Assembly. I must have to put the record straight. They have their own screening protocols at the National Assembly. And what they did was to alienate NUJ from the entire system, which of course they apologized to us that they didn't know that they needed to do that. And when we stepped in immediately, we corrected it. Do you still hear about that again? No. What they now did was that for any journalist to be accredited to cover the activities of the National Assembly, you must have an identification from Nigeria Union of Journalists. And a good number of them had to. And of course, that opportunity came timely, because it now made some people who felt they cannot identify with the parent union to now rush to the secretariat and they are pleading, please, let's meet up our requirements and what have you. So it came timely, like I said. So nobody was actually banned. What they did initially was, out of ignorance, they wanted to reduce the number of people coming. And of course, we waded in and said, no, it cannot happen. We have to step in quickly. And of course, I was on different television and the radio stations. I condemned what they did. I said, you cannot do such in a democracy. More so, at the National Assembly, the legislature and the media, they are the two unique features of democratic governance. And anytime these two aspects of governance suffer, that can, it simply means that democracy in itself is in peril, and that's what we will not accept to happen under our watch.
Okay. Last week we were speaking to a particular journalist with TVC on our show, and he mentioned, journalists having life insurance. What do you have to say about that, especially those of our journalists in the front line of the fight against COVID-19?
Yes, those on in the front line, like you said, we have already issued a statement. I want to believe you saw our statement. And we demanded for it. Yesterday, I was so pained when Mr. President said that 5,000 health workers have been provided with their life assurance, 5,000 of them, because of in the critical nature of the jobs they do. And I was waiting for another line to say journalists. And he didn't say that. He merely thanked the media. We cannot continue to be thanked. This is the time for us to do something extra. And we have demanded that in a statement we issued. Of course, I signed personally 2 days ago that there is need for insurance for journalists on the front line. I made it very clear. So it's something that is very, very important. Most times people say, how come NUJ has not provided insurance and what have you? Let me tell you, where you work first is the primary point where you should get insurance. If you are working with KUFM, the company should be able to provide you with insurance cover. Then the union, if you belong to the NUJ, it becomes a secondary cover also for you being a member of the union. So it is something that is right. I subscribe to it, we support it, and they will continue to push for it.
Okay, you're talking about companies or media houses that these journalists work with, that they should provide insurance for them. Would you want to carry out your research and go around and check out these companies if they actually have life insurance for their journalists before we now look outside the company?
I'm already on tour of a nationwide tour. Maybe you are aware of that. We had to stop because of this rampaging COVID-19 because we didn't need to continue to expose ourselves to life-threatening danger, So we had to stop, go through this period. Then we resume. As I speak with you, we've covered about 19 states of the country. I am on the tour myself. And I can tell you that what we have discovered is frightening, is disturbing, it's discouraging. It's so terrible, I can tell you. The environment where our colleagues work. Because if the environment is not conducive, and when you talk about being conducive, you're talking about proper remuneration, you are talking about insurance cover, you are talking about proper equipment, you are talking about training and retraining. When these things are provided for a worker, journalist at the workplace, then you will be describing the environment as being conducive. But when these things are lacking, and that's what we discovered. But we cannot sum up yet until we are done with the tour.
All
we'll
right.
put our reports together, and of course, we'll make a public statement.
All right, thank you so much. Before we go, your last words to journalists out there listening to you.
Let's continue to stay safe. Continue to report. Don't become the reporters. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That's the president of NUJ who just spoke with us this morning.
Mr. Christopher E.C. Guso. All right, thank you very much. And wow, very, very enlightening. Very, 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 very enlightening. All right, quickly, we switch gears immediately and we go over to the Nigerian Medical Association. I told you yesterday, I'm very sure the president addressed the nation. I'm very sure most people heard either on radio, on TV, or you may have seen the transcript of the president's speech. And a couple of statements were made. So we will be getting across to the chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association, Edo State Chapter, Dr. Valentine Omoifo. We actually have him on the line this morning. Good morning, Dr. Omoifo.
Yeah, good morning, Charles.
Welcome to the program.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay. Let's get started. Yesterday, you listened to the president's address. First off, tell me your takeaway from that address.
Well, if you ask me, I think the president took his time to, talk on the key issues, and personally, I think he was able to find the common point, the midpoint between, the need for medical surveillance and the need for economic survival. Because even though we know we need to be careful, the people can't obviously survive without, economic make do, and we know government cannot provide for everybody adequately. So what we need to do is to find the midpoint which we feel is workable, and I want to believe that the government, this is subject to review periodically. Maybe within the next 2 weeks, we want to expect that the government would have reviewed, the policies put in place, and then we know that they need to actually review them. But if you ask me quite frankly, I think if there is proper enforcement of social distancing policy, people are not allowed to gather, and then people, adhere to strict hygiene like we are doing. We, like in Edo State now, it's not a total lockdown, but we are still able to cope. But what we want to advise government to put in measures to enforce, the policies. For instance, and they shouldn't be, partial. For instance, people shouldn't be allowed to hold burials like we have been seeing. And at certain instances, you say people cannot go to pray, go to hold large gatherings. If we are dedicated in these policies, I'm hopeful that in the interim, while we are taking for a permanent care of our thing, we'll be able to, hold our own in the country.
Okay, so we've seen situations where certain countries across the world, we've seen yesterday, we saw Spain, where they allow children to come out for 1 hour a day after being, indoors. We saw places like Italy and other places, but the argument has always been that these countries have passed the peak of the infection, and the numbers are now coming down, so it's relatively safe. Have we gotten to the peak? Is it safe from a purely medical point of view to allow a relaxation of the lockdown order? Hello, are you there?
Are you with me, sir?
Yeah, yes. So, sorry, we lost you for a moment.
Okay, if we are fair to ourselves, we've got that the states in the country are not at different levels in terms of disease progression, and surveillance. If you see what the president has done, states like Kano is on total lockdown because we know their figures is very bad, and their attitude to the disease itself is not so good. But for states like other states with fewer numbers, what we advise, like we have done also, is to restrict interstate movements. If this is properly enforced and we're able to keep, people in their present locations while we manage those ones, I think going forward, it's not a very bad idea. Like I said, it's something we can monitor for like 1 week, and then with government see how it goes, and they know that they need to review it.
All right, Doc, quickly, the hazard allowance and a lot of insurance, life insurance, have been given to, frontline health workers in the fight against COVID-19. What do you have to say about that? Is it coming at the right time, or you think it's medicine after death?
Well, it's better late than never, but like we said, the federal government has done the needful, because even very poor countries around us have done this a long time ago. We have been clamoring for improved welfare, and things like insurance for healthcare workers. And even though it's still at the formative stage now, it's a temporary thing, we hope it will go through. And we are actually discussing with the state government to key in, so it's not the federal thing alone. And we are trying to also let government know at the state level that all health workers are at risk. In fact, the man that is not in the regional center is even more at risk, because most of these patients will come like regular patients, and then before you know it, people are already exposed. So we, like you said, it's better late than never, even though it's coming rather late in Nigeria. What we say the government has done well in that regard.
Okay. All right. Quickly, Doc, there's been this controversy as regards some of the masks, some of the face masks, Ankara mask, and all that. I remember the last time we had you here, you said something about how to check, for the potency of a mask protecting the wearer. Can you repeat that one more time, please, for those of us who can't get the medical ones, the ones that are made of Ankara? Can you throw more light on how to keep oneself safe and which types we should use?
Well, thank you very much. Like we said, the N95 mask is the ideal, but as we can find now, even in hospitals, the government can't even make that available for doctors. We have to still manage with the common surgical mask, which is not also very efficacious. But like someone has said, any mask is better than no mask. So what we can advise people to do is to at least cover yourself, pieces of protection. But like we did say that in the studios, depending on the amount of air that is going to go through the mask, that may help you crudely to determine how good it is.
Like if you put on a lighter in front of you while wearing the mask, try to blow air out to put it out. If I want to extinguish it immediately, that mask obviously is not a very good one. That means the pores are large enough to allow so much air to pass, and a lot of it along with it a lot of particles.
Okay. All right. Finally, how many? What is the testing capacity of Edo State? Before we let you go, you're the chairman here in Edo State.
Yes, I'm the chairman. You see, to start with, like we did say the other day, there's a big difference between testing and screening. What is currently happening, the state is able to do a lot of screening. We hope in the near future when the other centers, the other new center in UPTH, is fully operational, the screening capacity will improve. But for now, it's still not too, far from what we had before, which is very, very poor.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Valentine Omoyefo, NMA Chairman, Edo State Chapter. Thank you for talking to us this morning.
It's been my pleasure.
All right. Okay, that's it. I mean, we had to make sure we got the medical professional point of view, and I think that's been very enlightening from both sides of the conversation. I think it's time to switch gears and allow our audience in on the conversation. Yeah.
All right, 0706-263-9275, 0903-939-4427, 0812-178-9154. Those are the numbers that you can call, or you can actually send us a text message to our text line on 0807-400-9076.
Make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now bad disease wey don't kill many people, but no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. Don't near anybody. Remember, say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don't open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember, say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800-123-5111 or 0800-220-0110. On our way just come from abroad. Show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. May just take government bring on this message.
When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggie Niger pot for that delicious bottom pot, please. Niger pot, delicious bottom pot, Maggie Niger pot.
Of Lagos State on New Media. The list comprises 11 females and 4 males. They were discharged from the isolation facilities at Yaba and Onikan. 11 were from Infectious Disease Hospital Yaba and 4 from Onikan Isolation Center. And that's KUFM's news update at 10. Please stay with us for more interesting programs and news updates on every hour. Do not forget you can listen to us anywhere in the world, either by visiting our website at www.kufm.net, or you can download our KU mobile app from the Google Play Store. Remember, we're also live on YouTube at KUFM Nigeria. Remember, coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors and please stay safe. I am God's Love, Orlando, saying thanks for listening and good morning.
On air, online,
on your mobile.
Check it out.
Welcome to KUFM Benin. We're back.
And this is how we put it down, you know what I'm talking about.
Turn up the volume.
92.7.
Greatness. DJ Neptune. Joe Boy Ponte. Go to Bafe. To my get so come on love back. Body on check. I thought I don't mind the back them. No, you don't mind. Cause you go there. I'm to put the woman.
President Buhari declares nationwide curfew from Monday. Nigeria reports 64 new cases of COVID-19, total infections now 1,337. Governor Obaseki sets up digital homeschooling platform. On entertainment, world's biggest film festivals unite for 10 days global streaming event. And in sports, Argentine FA cancels 2019-2020 season. Details of these and more after this break. I am Omoye Ugbede. President Muhammadu Buhari has declared an overnight curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. nationwide as part of efforts to curtail the spread of COVID-19. The Nigerian leader also approved what he called the phased and gradual easing of the lockdown in Lagos and Ogun State, as well as the Federal Capital Territory. The president announced this during his third nationwide broadcast on COVID-19. President Buhari also extended the COVID-19 lockdown on Lagos, Ogun, and FCT by 1 week. Although the lockdown will be gradually lifted from May the 4th, he announced 4 new measures that will ensure the COVID-19 virus spread is mitigated. The president, however, ordered a lockdown for 2 weeks in Kano State. The new measures include an overnight curfew, a ban on interstate travel, a partial and controlled ban on interstate movement of goods, and mandatory use of face masks, physical distancing, and personal hygiene.
There will be an overnight curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. This means all movement will be prohibited during this period except for essential services. B. There will be a ban on non-essential interstate passenger travel until further notice. C. Partial and controlled interstate movement of goods and services will be allowed for the movement of goods and services from producers to consumers. And D. We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene. Furthermore, the restrictions on social and religious gatherings shall remain in place. State governments, corporate organizations, and philanthropists are encouraged to support the production of cloth masks for citizens.
And the federal government says it has commenced the payment of upgraded hazard allowances for frontline health workers fighting against the spread of the novel coronavirus pandemic in Nigeria. The Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunibe Mamora, made this known at the daily briefing of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in Abuja. Mamora said the new incentives included insurance scheme, was a fallout of an MOU signed between the federal government and representatives of the unions under the health sector. According to him, the upgraded allowance includes special COVID-19 hazard and inducement allowance of 50% of the consolidated basic salary. The minister said that 40% of consolidated basic salary would be paid at special COVID-19 hazard and inducement allowance to healthcare workers at special non-public hospitals and clinics in the federal ministries, departments, and agencies for the same 3 months period. He explains that 20% of the consolidated basic salary will be paid as special risk allowance, additionally on the special COVID-19 hazard and inducement allowance to health workers directly managing COVID-19 at the infectious disease hospitals, isolation, and treatment centers. And Nigeria on Monday recorded 64 new cases of the novel coronavirus, bringing the country's total infections to 1,337. According to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control in a tweet via its official handle, 34 of the new infections were recorded in Lagos, 15 in the FCT, 11 in Borno, and 2 each in Taraba and Gombe. The country's total deaths from the virus still stands at 40, while 255 have recovered. The novel coronavirus has claimed at least 208,973 lives since its outbreak in China in December, according to a tally from official sources compiled by AFP at 900 GMT on Monday. More than 2,997,540 cases were registered in 193 countries and territories. And of these cases, at least 818,700 are now considered recovered. The tallies, using data collected from AFP, from national authorities, and information from the World Health Organization, probably reflects only a fraction of the actual number of infections. Many countries are testing only the most serious cases. A Nigerian Center for Disease Control says the remaining states in Nigeria have not recorded COVID-19 cases, cannot hide it. There are only 4 states at the moment that have not reported a case in Nigeria: Cross River, Kogi, Nasarawa, and Yobe. According to the Director General of NCDC, Dr. Chikwehie Kwazu, eventually it will emerge. He said it is better to understand what is happening early than leave it till reports of death start emerging. Kwazu also asked states to collect some samples from people who meet the case definition for testing, saying there was no need playing with figures. On his part, Chairman of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, said the Presidential Task Force will continue to pursue the strategy of aggressive testing, detection, isolation, contact tracing, care, and management. And Raymond Dokwasi Jr. has tested positive for coronavirus. In a short message to members of staff in Abuja on Monday, and had been isolating in the past week before he developed malaria symptoms and started coughing. Dokwasi Jr., who suspected to have contracted the virus, contacted the NCDC for a COVID-19 test, which came back positive. The DAR Communications chairman, who is said to have a recent travel history, advised those who have interacted with him lately to get tested. It was learned that tracing is ongoing to determine those who may have come in contact with him. And the governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, has assured that no child will be left behind academically as the state adopts a digital learning alternative to engage the children while the lockdown lasts. The digital learning, christened Edo Best at Home, is an adapted online version of Edo Best, which is designed to offer about 4 hours of daily learning to pupils. Governor Obaseki disclosed this on Monday during a briefing on the way forward for basic education in the state amidst the coronavirus-induced closure. He said the package has been accessed by over 40,000 parents and teachers, both from within and outside the state, noting that it opens for both private and public school pupils.
Today, 27th of April 2020, is a day when schools are supposed to resume for their 3rd term academic calendar. Our schools were closed down late last term and are likely to remain closed for this term. However, as a new academic calendar begins today during this period of lockdown, it is my pleasure to announce that we have provided an alternative source of schooling for our children during this lockdown period. It is called Edo Best at Home. To keep our children engaged, I remain committed to the provision of quality education for all.
He disclosed that the government has entered into partnership with one of the telecommunication firms in Nigeria to provide zero data access and two-way SMS at no cost to parents. Parents with basic feature of analog phones would have daily learning materials delivered to them through USSD and audio files, while those living in rural areas or places without internet cover will be provided with alternative e-learning package.
Parents, regardless of their financial situation and regardless of their access to the internet, can log on to the website for free and access our learning materials via various offline channels. No child in Edo State will be left behind during this period. I have instructed the chairman of SUBEB that all parents and guardians in our database, including those in rural, remote, and riverine communities, must be contacted to ascertain those who are able to access online schooling. If we know those who can't, we will be able to guide them through the functionalities of our offline alternatives.
Governor Obaseki said care packs designed for home learning for kids with special needs will be delivered to their parents across the 3 senatorial districts of the state. He encouraged the people not to give up hope, but to always follow the guidelines provided by experts to manage the spread of COVID-19. And an 11-year-old Favor Elagosa has donated a sum of 300 naira of her savings to support Edo State government's effort in the fight against coronavirus disease. Making her donation in Government House, Benin City, Favor said she is supporting the government with the money in commemoration of her 11th birthday. The focal person for social development goals, Ifeko Alufokai, commended the little girl for her donation, which she said would encourage others. She described the gesture as heartwarming, saying it will go a long way to help the government win the fight against COVID-19. And Edo State government has announced the discharge of 8 coronavirus patients who had tested negative twice for the virus and cleared from one of the state's isolation centers. The Edo State Governor, Godwin Obaseki, who disclosed this in a statement, reassured that his administration will continue to enforce measures to contain the spread of the virus and protect Edo people. Meanwhile, the Commissioner for Health, Dr. Patrick Okundia, in a chat with journalists, said the state has recorded 25 confirmed cases, 3 deaths, 234 suspected cases, 326 persons of interest, and 420 contacts line listed. According to him, the 25 confirmed cases are spread across 7 local government areas of the state. They are Oredo 13, Asan West 4, Ego 3, Obia North East 2, Ikwobaha 1, Unwode 1, and Asako Central 1. Okundia, however, urged residents to support the government's efforts at containing the virus by complying with all directives against the spread of the virus, while calling on all residents to turn out for the screening and testing exercise currently ongoing in the state as part of efforts to contain the pandemic. He said the government encourages everyone with symptoms of the disease to come out for screening, testing, and treatment, as early detection is key to containing the virus. And KFM News Break continues right after this break. Do stay with us.
Ndogi.
Oge abụrụkwa oge ndụ gị ugbu a ọrịa ndị bekee kpọrọ coronavirus maọbụ COVID-19 na-eme mgbasa ụwa niile.
Ihe a bụ oge iji akwụkwọ mposi wee mechilata ọnụ gị na imi gị ma ọ bụrụ na ị na-akwa ụkwara ma ọ bụkwanụ ị na-amụzere.
Iji lekọta onwe gị ma ndị ezinụlọ gị, ị ga-agbalị na-akwa aka gị oge ọbụla. Ị ga-eji ncha na-agba ụfụfụ ma ọkwanụ ude nsacha aka ndị bekee kpọrọ hand sanitizer nke mmanya na-aba n'anya dị na ya.
Oge a bụkwa mgbe iji enye ndị enyi gị ohere. Ekwela ka onye ọbụla na-akwụkwara nọkete gị nso ma ọ bụkwanụ onye na-ama uzere.
Ihe a bụ oge ilekọta onwe gị na ndị agbata obi gị maka ọrịa nke a. Enwee ka ahụ si eme gị, gbaa ọsọ gaa n'ụlọ ọgwụ.
Maka na eme ngwa ngwa emeghara ọdachi ma ọkwanụ ịkpọ akara ekwentị ndị a n'efu, agaghị anaghị ego ọbụla. Kpọọ n'olu ndị iti 08000267662 ma ọkwanụ ịkpọ 08090700010. Chetakwa na ndụ dị ụtọ, ma marakwa na ọrịa coronavirus anaghị egosi n'ihu. Onye dị ndụ bụ onye ji ego.
Ozi a si n'ụlọ mgbasa ozi anyị bụ 92.7 KUFM Benin City. Ya gazie.
Welcome back. Bayelsa State Governor Doyediri has declared a total lockdown in the state starting from midnight on Monday, April 27th. The governor said only essential workers, pharmaceuticals, and foodstuff sellers are exempted from the restriction of movement. This announcement follows the confirmed index case of coronavirus in the state. The index case, who is a 47-year-old woman, presented herself at the Bayelsa Specialist Hospital in Yanagwa with a history of poor appetite, fever, headache, cough, chest pain for almost a week. The specialist hospital has been closed down and decontamination has commenced. Samples from the doctors, nurses, and all those who visited the facility over the week and came in contact with her during her admission would be traced and isolated. The governor noted that although the woman refused the result of the test conducted, Bayelsa State government won't reject the test results as it was scientifically done, and she presented herself for testing. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has announced a lockdown in parts of Port Harcourt and Obio Akwa local government area in view of the failure of residents of the affected areas to comply with the regulations of the state government to check the spread of coronavirus. In a state broadcast on Monday, Governor Wike stated that the complete lockdown starts from Tuesday, 28th of April 2020 till further notice. Governor Wike directed the State Commissioner for Social Welfare to round up and deport all migrants to their state of origin. The governor commended Rivers healthcare workers for their efforts and personal sacrifices and prayed God bless them richly. BK gave a situation report on the fight against the spread of coronavirus, urging Rivers people to remain steadfast. Anambra government has announced plans to reopen the 63 major markets in the state on May 4th after closure since late March. The governor of the state, Willie Obiano, made this known to newsmen in Aguilere, Anambra East local government area on Monday after his brief meeting with the 63 market leaders in the state. He said each market should set up a task force that would be trained by state government on COVID-19 safety compliance to achieve greater success to curb the spread of the deadly virus. The governor said that the essence of the meeting was to ensure that adequate measures are taken against COVID-19 pandemic in the state before the reopening of its major markets. Obiano urged the market leaders to forward 20 to 30 names that would be part of the task force that would monitor compliance. He noted that the members of the task force will be trained within the week before reopening of the markets on Monday, 4th of May 2020 on precautionary measures of COVID-19. Obiano said that the training would also include adequate sensitization on COVID-19 directives such as maintaining social distancing, wearing of face masks, washing of hands with soap, hand sanitizers, amongst others. The governor said that the borders of the state would remain closed. And 2 patients who have earlier gone missing after testing positive to COVID-19 in Borno State have been found. The Borno State government had earlier on Sunday announced that 2 patients, Abbas Kaka Hassan, a 24-year-old male, and Hawa Mohammed, 42-year-old female, are on the run after testing positive to COVID-19 at the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital in Borno State. The state governor, Babagana Zulum, however, Monday said via his official Twitter handle that the missing patients have been found. Zulum, in his post, said a combined team of health surveillance and investigative team, backed by the police escort, traced the male patient and found him in a critical state at his family house in Gwangate 2, while the female patient reported herself. He added that contact tracing and surveillance team had been deployed to identify persons who may have direct or indirect contacts with him, or risk assessment, isolation advice, and collection of samples for tests. According to the governor, the female patient, Hawa Mohammed, reported herself to the UNTH and received apologies from the laboratory officials and Borno Commissioner of Health. He therefore announced that as a result of this, all COVID-19 patients in Borno State are now fully accounted for. And more than 20 film festivals around the world have joined together to stream movies free on YouTube. Details of these after this break. It's Still on to Newsbreak on KU 92.7 FM, Benin City. Now for some entertainment stories. More than 20 film festivals around the world have joined together to stream movies free on YouTube after the coronavirus pandemic shuttered movie theaters and forced the cancellation of annual showcases in Cannes and New York. The festival will showcase films, documentaries, music, comedy, and conversations. No details of the programming were announced, and it was unlikely that major new movies that generally launch at film festivals would be included. The cancellation of the Cannes Film Festival in France and uncertainty around festivals in Venice and Toronto in September because of the coronavirus outbreak has robbed filmmakers and movie studios of crucial windows to promote their new offerings to the media and the public. The organizers of the Cannes Film Festival on Monday said they were proud to join in the YouTube event to spotlight truly extraordinary films and talent, allowing audiences to experience both the distinctions of storytelling from around the world and the artistic personalities of each festival. While the festival will stream for free, viewers will be asked to donate to the World Health Organization's COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund. And Little Women Atlanta star Ashley Ross, also known as Minnie, has died suddenly at the age of 34. Her publicist Liz Dixon confirmed the news in a statement published on Ross's Instagram account. The statement, issued with profound sadness, said Ross had succumbed to injuries from a tragic hit-and-run car accident. The show, which airs on the Lifetime channel in the United Kingdom, follows the lives of a group of women with dwarfism. The reality show is based in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States. The 6th series of Little Women Atlanta is set to air later this year. Ross had been a part of the show since 2016 when it began. An Argentine FA cancels 2019-2020 season, suspends regulation for 2 more years. More on this on our Sport Decks. Welcome to Sports. The Argentine Football Association President Claudio Tapia says it will put an end to the 2019-2020 season, which has been interrupted since mid-March due to the coronavirus pandemic. Argentina has been in lockdown since March 20th, with the quarantine restrictions in place until at least May 10. Tapia told reporters on Monday that they have ended the tournament so they can designate the teams qualified for continental competitions next year. The Argentine FA also said there will be no regulation this season or next due to the disruption caused by the health crisis, while Gimnasia, the club coached by Diego Maradona, will remain in the top division. Relegation is calculated by a complicated system of points taken over a 3-year period. Boca Juniors won the league championship with 1-0 victory over Gimnasia on the final day at the start of March. The Copa Superliga, a 2014 tournament scheduled to finish with a playoff at the end of May, has been scrapped after just 1 round of games. And United Kingdom Culture Secretary Oliver Dowden says plans to resume the English Premier League season will set up this week in what has been labelled Project Restart. It comes as details emerge of a cross-sports working group set up to discuss options of returning to training. Dowden said he has been in contact with clubs after restarting the Premier League as soon as possible. Arsenal, Brighton and West Ham United have opened their training grounds for players for individual work on Monday, and it will require full training to begin on the 18th of May. From Tuesday, Tottenham Hotspur will make a limited number of pitches available for the first-team squads to use in individual sessions. The league is hopeful of a potential 8th June restart and finishing at the end of July to fit in with UEFA's European competition plans. Meanwhile, top-flight clubs will meet on Friday to discuss options for the restart. However, a return to action still depends on the government's 5 tests being met, especially an increase in testing and meeting social distancing guidelines. And that's it from sports and that's the news. But before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. President Buhari declares nationwide curfew from Monday. Nigeria reports 64 new cases of COVID-19, total infections now 1,337. Governor Obaseki sets up digital homeschooling platform. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors. Stay safe. KFM's news break was produced by Labadum Asagwaram. I am Omoye Ogbede saying thanks for listening. Good morning. United Nations warned against use of excessive force in COVID-19 response. Gabon eases coronavirus lockdown in capital Libreville. Top New York City medical doctor commits suicide. Details of these and more after this break. I am Omoye Ogbede. The United Nations Human Rights Office has warned countries against excessive use of force during the COVID-19 pandemic. The agency urged governments to recognize that the threat is a virus, not people. South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Uganda, and Rwanda are among countries where security forces have used repressive measures to enforce restrictions to movement. The UN Human Rights Commissioner Michelle Bachelet said countries should not use emergency powers as a weapon to quash dissent and control the population. She said shooting, detaining, or abusing people for breaking curfew because they are desperately searching for food is unacceptable and unlawful. The UN body said more than 17,000 South Africans have been arrested as a result of COVID-19 restrictions. In Kenya, 27 human rights organizations have written an open letter to the government demanding that it stops punishing curfew offenders by forcefully sending them into quarantine centers. About 31,100 coronavirus cases have been reported in 52 African countries, with 1,428 deaths and 9,741 recoveries. Botswana President Mokwesi Masisi has announced a one-week extension of the national lockdown that was due to end on the 30th of April after 1 month. President Masisi said the extension was agreed upon after getting advice from health experts following an increase in local transmissions. The extension will end on May 7th, followed by 2 weeks of sequential easing the restrictions. During the extension, the government will decide on a strategy to ease restrictions depending on how citizens follow guidelines designed to reduce the spread of coronavirus. Botswana has confirmed 22 cases of the virus and 1 death. Gabon's Prime Minister Julien Bakale has eased lockdown restrictions in the capital Libreville and 3 neighboring municipalities. The government has instead imposed a dusk-to-dawn curfew and allowed shops to reopen. However, schools and places of worship will remain closed. Movement out of the capital has also been restricted to avoid the possible spread of coronavirus to other provinces. The Prime Minister said the decision was intended to allow social destabilization if people were unable to earn a living. Gabon has so far confirmed 211 cases of coronavirus, including 3 deaths. And President Donald Trump says he cannot imagine why the United States hotline calls about disinfectants have risen after he suggested injecting the substance to treat coronavirus. The governors of Michigan and Maryland blamed the president for the spike in such calls. Following heavy criticism from medical professionals, President Trump said his remarks were made sarcastically. Disinfectants are hazardous substances and can be poisonous if ingested. During Monday's COVID-19 news conference, a reporter noted that the state of Maryland's emergency hotline had received hundreds of calls in recent days seeking guidelines about President Trump's comments. President Trump made the disinfectant remarks after an official presented the results of United States government's research that showed COVID-19 could be killed in minutes by bleach. And a top New York City doctor who was on the front line of the United States fight against coronavirus has taken her own life. According to state police, Dr. Lorna Bryn, who was a medical director of the emergency department at a New York Presbyterian Allen Hospital in Manhattan, died of self-inflicted injuries. The 49-year-old's father, Dr. Philip Bryn, said she tried to do her job and it killed her. The father said his daughter had no history of mental illness and that she died in Charlottesville, Virginia, where she had been staying with her family. He said Lorna had fallen ill with the coronavirus during the course of her work and returned to the job about a week and a half after recuperating. However, the hospital had sent her home again before her family intervened to bring her to Charlottesville. Brent said when they spoke, his daughter had seemed detached and told him how COVID-19 patients were dying before they could even be removed from ambulances. New York accounts for 17,500 of America's coronavirus, 56,000 deaths. And Italy has outlined plans to ease the restriction it imposed 7 weeks ago to stop the spread of the coronavirus. The country's Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte said the measures would be relaxed from 4th of May, with people being allowed to visit their relatives in small numbers. He said parks, factories and building sites will reopen, but schools will not restart classes until September. This is coming as the country recorded its lowest number of new confirmed cases since the outbreak began. There are 333 new virus-related deaths on Monday, a slight rise on the 206 recorded on Sunday, to a total of 26,977, still the highest recorded toll in Europe. However, the number of new cases was at its lowest since March 10th, and the number of people in intensive care also dropped. Authorities now believe the contagion rate, which is the amount of people each person with the virus infects, is now low enough to justify a cautious easing of curbs. Conte said social distancing measures would need to continue for months to come, and such church services would remain banned. He urged people to stay 3 feet away from each other. And that's KFM's news around the world. But before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. United Nations warns against use of excessive force in COVID-19 response. Gabon eases coronavirus lockdown in capital Libreville. Top New York City medical doctor commits suicide. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors. Stay safe. KFM's News Around the World was produced by Jennifer Oyana. I am Omoye Ogbede saying thanks for listening. Good afternoon. What's happening? How you enjoying your Tuesday? I am having a fabulous time right here in the studio. My day started out pretty but ended I hope it's gonna end really great. Unlike yesterday, my day started out great and then ended anyways, guys, call me up. I want to know what you think about the address from the president yesterday. Do you think that the restriction or the lifting of the lockdown at this time is premature? A lot of people on social media are saying it is now the game, or from the 4th of April, it would now become the game of survival of the fittest. It would not be that. It will be herd immunity. Yeah, I heard that, and I had to research on what that really meant. All right, and it will be herd immunity. It would be the strongest immune system win. Is that what you think, or you think that at this point it's really important that the economy is opened up? Maybe not completely, but to an extent where it would sustain the nation for more productivity as regards the health sector. What I mean is, do you think that the economy needs to be open to an extent so that money can be made and put into the health sector? Someone raised something in a conversation yesterday. He said, while we were all clamoring for reliefs and palliatives, he personally would have said that, let's move all of the money for reliefs and palliatives into the health sector and make sure that the health sector is ready, because right now the fundamental question is the health sector ready for the lifting of a lockdown? All right, is it ready for things like community transmission? Is it ready for things like state transmission? Is the health sector ready for that? Do we have capacity to handle what would be the increased amount of increased numbers of infections? Are we ready for that? Is the health sector buoyant enough? Is it strong enough to handle this for us to lift the restriction? That is the argument on one side. Another argument is we need the economy to open. People need to go out and find food. Now, the lockdown for some people have always never really been the surest way for Nigeria to handle this pandemic. For some people, it has always been a case of what would happen to the poor, the vulnerable, and the indigent. How would they fend? So yeah, open up the economy, let people go about their business and try to make money. We'll deal with what comes after. Do you think this is a wise side of the fence to sit on, or do you think the other side where you say, let's look at public health first, let's be sure that our public health is strong enough before we can open up the economy? And for me, I think that there is more fundamental questions to be asked. Number one, the healthcare system. Number two, how many Nigerians would adhere to restrictions even if they can go about their business? How many people will take the precautions that need to be taken even if they can go about their business? Is there going to be an enforcement policy for that? All of these questions for me are important that we answer. If we can answer them, then maybe we can decide. And someone raised something yesterday saying in countries that are thinking, aside from the United States, the countries that are thinking of relaxing the lockdown and restrictions are countries that are seeing daily infections reduce, daily infections number reduce. They're seeing those numbers come down significantly, and they are saying person-to-person transmission is being curtailed. The amount or the level of contagion is being contained. So we can open up the economy. If one person could infect as many as 20 people in the past, now one person is infecting as many as 7 to 10 people, then we can say that the rate of contagion has reduced. Has it reduced here in Nigeria? I mean, I don't think so. The numbers of daily infections is on the rise in Nigeria. It's fluctuating between the 60s and the 70s. In fact, the 60s and the 100s. So a lot of people are saying, given that, putting that into consideration, why do you think that the lockdown needs to be lifted? Why do you think that we need to start working towards even lifting the lockdown? By the way, the lockdown is not lifted yet. The lockdown will be lifted we'll start processes from the 4th of May for the restriction or for the lifting of the lockdown in Abuja, Ogun, and the FCT. Now, what do you think about this? What side of this divide do you stand on, or are you sitting on? 07062639275, 09039394427, and 08121789154. Let's talk about the speech yesterday that the president gave, the briefing that he gave. What side do you sit on? The arguments that followed, do you think that it's a move that should clearly be taken at this time? Do you think the lockdown should be moved or removed, or you think that we should still extend it until we are seeing reduced number of daily cases or daily infections. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please step away from your radio set.
Okay. Can you hear me at the radio?
Okay, please, when you do call, step away from your radio set. That feedback is highly unpleasant. Hello?
Oh, my baby.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your name? Hey, Barcelona, how you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I just do. So what do you think? Did you, first things first, did you listen to the president yesterday?
Very good question. I was going there. I did not listen. But concerning all what we talked about, like Ibrahim said last week on the sports show, if, God forbid, the virus has come to stay, we will find a way to live with it. That's what Ibrahim said. But by God's grace, we are praying the virus will come and go.
Yeah, and I do agree that, you know, if it has come to stay, God forbid, we would always find a way to live with it. But do you think
we cannot continue like this.
But do you really think that this is premature, or you think it's just apt at this time? Laughing now, my G. Why are you laughing?
What are people say now?
All right, then. All right.
No, hold on.
Okay.
Like, that's just it. We should find a way to live with it, and let's obey what the government has said.
Okay.
You know, because it's not fun at all. The hunger is very bad, and most people are hungry in Nigeria right now.
Okay.
Personally, God is sustaining me though, but I hate government, you know, same as my day. Without doing anything, it's not good for me.
Okay.
So, God is just looking for us. And it will go, sir. That's just my belief. I'm optimistic.
Yes, I'm right there with you, my friend. I'm right there with you. Thank you so much.
Can I request a song?
No, it's a Tuesday. Wait, tomorrow. Tomorrow is just here.
Okay, no, thank you.
All right, thing with Barcelona, the thing is, if I take your request, I'll have to take every. Nah, come on, don't do this to me. Maybe I'll consider towards the end of the show, but no, I'm not even considering no. 07062 639 09039 394427 and 0812-178-9154. Yes, Barcelona made a very good observation, or made a very good statement. Now, the thing is, if this virus has come to stay, that would be like the most unfortunate thing. But if it has, then we'll always find a way to live with it. But the question now is, living with it, finding the way, or going about living with it right now is not being premature. We just knew about this virus in December. All right, late December, and this is April, and Nigeria got the virus late February. Now, don't you think that, you know, starting to tell people to go live with it is premature at this time, or you think it's just apt, given that Nigeria is a country with a very fragile economy? 07062 639 09039 394427 or 0812-178-9154. You can also send a text to 0807-400-9076. Hello? Hello? Hi, good afternoon. What's your name and where are you calling from? I can hear you. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Musa.
Musa, how you doing?
Hello?
Hello?
I'm good. Are you?
I'm fine, thanks for asking.
Network. Let me call you back.
Okay. Musa is making this seem like we are it's not a private conversation. You're on the radio, okay? Hello? Hello? Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Wilfred.
Oh, Wilfred, how you doing?
I'm fine.
Long time no hear. How you been locking down? How you been social? You've been social distancing, even from radio. Me.
I'm telling you.
Me.
It's okay, sir. Thank God.
Okay, so what do you think?
Okay, I just want to quickly hear my view. First of all, I think we are not serious in this country. Yes.
Take that back. Take that back.
No.
Take it back.
Why? Why do you? What the truth is?
How would you say we are not? No, take it back and be specific.
Okay. The government is not serious. And I'll give my reason. Now, I heard what Barcelona said. said, I was listening to the radio last week when Ibrahim said so that we will learn to live with it. Yes, it's a good idea, but I think countries with better health systems have found it difficult to. They've not even understood the virus yet. True. They don't even know what it is. Not to talk of looking for a vaccine for it. Now, I think the lockdown, first of all, I would suggest that the national lockdown is done for at most 14 days. And if the government is serious, in these 14 days, they can do massive testing. If NEPA bills could get to every house in Nigeria.
So I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying, and it seems like a pretty good idea in paper, theory. But so
now, that's what I'm saying. That's because of the unseriousness of the government. Because if they should, in 14 days, if the government wants to test everybody in this country in 14 days, we have a lot of health workers. Go to the schools, those who have studied in universities, employ them, let them do this testing, because I think it's pretty easy to test. Do this testing, and in 14 days,
know how easy it is.
The truth is, if we test everybody, and then we have a number of those that are infected, and we've managed it, and after 40 days, we can open the economy, open the nation. Because we already know these are the numbers of people that are affected, and they are in isolation.
Exactly, and that's the thing. You think, I feel like the government would want to test everybody. The government would want everybody to come out for testing. All right, the government would want everybody to come out and be tested. But do they have approximately 220 million test kits? Can they have access? Can they have the access to 220 million test kits?
Yes, we have the money, for crying out loud. We have the money.
It's not just.
We can do this thing if we want to.
All right.
We can. It's just the truth. It's an unfortunate situation, but it's the truth.
All right.
I feel I think a lot of persons have a lot to gain from this, and probably they are just making it look like it. A lot of persons are digging good.
All right,
from
thank
this.
you.
So
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Thank you. All right, welfare was about to go up. All right, so here's the thing. I do understand what he's saying, and theoretically, that looks like a brilliant plan. All right, lock down the nation. Let's test everybody, door-to-door testing. Extract infected people, isolate them, and then open up the economy. Voila. That way, you know what that would do? That way, we would have contained the virus, one, and would have stopped the resurgence. All right? But do we have 220 million kits, testing kits? And it's not about the purchasing capacity. It's not about the legal tender to buy. It is the manufacturing of said. All right? It is the manufacturing of the test kits. Even world powers are running out of test kits, and they are only testing serious cases with symptoms. All right? America just recently is thinking about door-to-door testing. Very recently, I'm talking a couple of weeks ago. All right, so that's the question. All these questions need to be answered for us to know if it's possible or if this is a premature move. All of these questions need to be answered. Hello? This is on your radio set.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Is this Musa?
No, this is Zamani James.
Okay. James, welcome.
Yes, I've been hearing your arguments with your caller. But the truth is, I totally throw the line with those scholars who said, but first of all, if our governments are really sincere and have shown a very pragmatic effort towards combating this issue, this COVID-19, I think we won't be where we are right now. You heard of the issue of Aqua Ibom the other time, how somebody was start manipulating fingers. Because the way it is right now is I think it's being political. But there are money to be shared among states. So the higher the cases in your state, the higher share you get.
Okay.
So gradually, somebody, if you want to share Indomie or share food, a contract will be given to a truck hiring company which will surely be a party member who will also share that food.
Listen, you don't know that for for a fact.
I may not be able to establish that fact here on this platform.
So
we are in this country.
If you cannot establish the fact, don't say it.
Yeah, I can. If I need to 1 hour, I will establish that fact.
But if you cannot do it on this platform, then don't say it on this platform.
Listen now, okay. Back to what you are dragging with your callers. And why I said I support them is the fact that the Italy that wants to gradually relax the lockdown, that they should allow children and some certain activities to take place. They address still not cases there. Is that the cases there not still higher than ours? Ghana have opened some part of their economy for business and some other activities. Tanzania has done the same. They still have almost more than the same cases we have. Ghana has tested 100,000. Do they have 200? If you can buy 200, you can get 220,000 test kits. You can test 1,000 to 1,000 in 40 days. Do the mathematics. Our government officials, they are playing politics with this issue. And that's what.
Okay. All right, then. Thank you so much. At a point, I couldn't hear you. I'm going to read this message and then head back to the music. This one says, "Good afternoon, Omoye and Dairy." Good afternoon, too. Fruits Dairy. My name is Fruits. My take on this is the lockdown shouldn't be lifted yet. It's premature for me. For God's sakes, the European countries are experiencing menopause. Nigeria is experiencing puberty. We can't compare our facilities to that. It's painful to be stuck at home, but come on, health is wealth. It's impossible to open the economy and prevent people from staying apart. The lockdown should be upheld. Testing capacity should be increased. I agree. I want to agree with you completely, but I still have problems with that as well. This one says, "Please, Amoye, what is the name app we could help us get money during?" Okay. I don't know. I don't know what you're asking. I don't know about that. Good day, Omoye. Well, if Buhari has a plan to relax the lockdown, it's like exposing everybody to the virus, because if he... Okay, I don't think your message is complete. Please do resend that. Wisdom from Pipeline, please resend that and let me know what you're saying, okay? Guys, let's head back to the music. When we come back, more of this. And the thought here is the lockdown lifting premature or just apt because of the economy? All right, is it public health against economic health? Let's think about it. 9275 09039 394427 and 0812178954. You can send a text to 0807 4009076. I'm saying putting everything into consideration. What you think? Hello? Hi. Hello? Musa, okay, Musa, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. This about this thing, the president even just allow people just say, the thing is over, you can't just open everything so that everybody can go.
It's over, you can. No, it's saying they're lifting the restrictions earlier imposed in Lagos, Abuja, and Ogun states. Okay? But the virus is still very much around.
Now, what you want to do now is before they found this thing wants to come, we're supposed to know what to do. So, I think the clear the year, not so they do. So, I think it's our fault. Nothing we can do. It's here. We get it. So, all we can do is that we keep praying so that God will help us.
All right, then. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, you owe me.
I owe you what? A song?
Yes, sir.
Which song?
I'm going to
Whiskey.
I just really play it for me.
Whiskey don't matter. Okay, can you just because I owe you that song and I do know, I'm not even going to front. Request for another Whiskey song, Biko.
Okay. Babala.
Babala, no sense. What's that? That's not Whiskey.
Yes, it's Babala. My baby is fine. Is baby Babala.
Okay.
I
don't even know the title of that song, but I do know the song. I'll see what I can do about that, okay?
Please, thank you.
I will see what I can do about that whiskey song. I really don't know what the song is titled, but I will see what I can do. Yeah?
Okay, try your best. Thank you.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, my
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, I thought back.
What is this?
Now?
No. I took Musa's request because I owe him. I owe him for my
Okay.
I know.
You are not owing me, right?
No, I don't owe you anything.
Okay, thank you now.
Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's your name and where are you calling from?
This is Comrade UK, Matthew.
Hey, Matete, how you doing?
I'm fine, are you?
I'm fine, thanks for asking. So what do you think?
Pardon?
What do you think of the situation?
Yes, actually love the president's speech last night.
Yeah.
But the issue is that most times when people complain of what is going on in this country, media continue to ask them that if they have evidence. And sometimes we want to see this, to see all these things to be true. Because this lockdown is saying, I don't think it's working. It's not working at all. People
you agree with the president. Let's ease the lockdown and open up the economy. It's not premature for you. Okay.
Yeah, but this shows that the policy is not implemented in the sense that the security agencies are not helping matters. Or if you go around the country, people take travel, and there is a particular checkpoint they will tell you that this is the particular amount you will bring. They say, I know people that
Of course, it's still happening, but whose fault?
But when we complain about this, media will come to ask you, or the first men and women come to ask you if you have evidence
and you know why you will keep being asked? Because this is a public platform, and until you can beat your chest and own it with your chest that you saw this and you can present evidence to the fact, we will keep asking, do you have evidence after the fact? There are regulations that guide the work that we do. There are regulations, there are ethics that guide the work that we do. This is a public platform. I cannot let you.
I understand. Not only your fish, and what I'm saying, please. Not only your fish.
I'm saying it for all press people. For all press people.
Okay. But the law is not implemented at all, because if I stay around the commission station and the buses are load from the Royal to Nubin and all that, they don't even listen to passengers. They carry the number of persons they want to. If you want to complain, they will ask if you are the one that bought the bus for them. Wow. So the law is that the law and these people traveling to do this Fulani, and we keep hearing the SML issue, and this period where there's copy of bus to done coffee, and people are SML you see them moving cattle from one place to another. You see that the law does not really affect them at all. So please, we should really talk to the security. I know they are the one causing all this men. They are the one because they value money than every other thing in this country. They are not listening to the government policies and all that.
All right then. I do hear you and I understand your frustration. Thank you so much. Yes, I did hear a couple of stories. In fact, I saw one, and it broke my heart to know that I witnessed that and there was nothing I could do. A person coming into the States in the dead of the night. Why? Why do we not listen? Hello? Hello? Please step away from your radio set. What's your name and where are you calling from? Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling from?
Blessing.
Blessing, where are you calling from?
Kakwamba Road.
All right, Blessing, what do you think? Do you think that the lockdown, the lifting of the lockdown is apt or it's premature?
I don't know the idea of lockdown.
Okay, the lockdown in Lagos where nobody can move, everybody's staying at home, businesses are shut. Now, the president yesterday said from the 4th of May, there would be the lifting of the lockdown in Lagos, Abuja, and Ogun states. Given the situation with the COVID-19, do you think that is premature? Do you think he should lift the lockdown?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, why? Zero 394427 and 081217895154. I bite my tongue to not say what is about to come out from my mouth. Hello.
Oh yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's your name? Is this Ogogo?
Yeah.
How you doing, my man?
I'm good.
All right. What do you think? Did you listen to the president yesterday?
I did.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear you?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I did. I listened to him.
What do you think?
From the first broadcast, even to the one of yesterday, I haven't seen any change at all. Personally, I have not seen any change from the lockdown extended, partially extended, and it wants to start lifting with some other.
Yes, restrictions.
I really don't see any change in it at the moment. But I'm not the opening is even talking about now. I'm not seeing it coming.
Wow.
From the Monday now, the 4th now, it's going to be another extension for me personally. That's what I'm seeing at the moment.
Wow. Because you feel like the numbers will rise.
Yes, we don't have many things in place at the moment now.
Yeah. All right then. Thank you so much for reaching out. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. All right, and that's the much I can take. Let me read a few of the SMSs that came through and see. Okay, so Wisdom sent back his SMS, and I'm just going to read it in full. Thank you so much, Wisdom. Okay, don't know what's happening here. It says, good afternoon, Omoye. Well, if the president has a plan to lift... Beg your pardon? Oh, they're coming in droves and I can't keep up. It says if the president has a plan to relax the lockdown, it's like exposing everybody to the virus, because if he does it, the virus would increase and people would adhere to the preventive measures. I would advise the total lockdown of the nation and interstate movement and increase testing. Wisdom from Pipeline. Okay, he means that people would not adhere to the restriction measures. This one says, good afternoon, Omoye. How are you? I'm fine. Thanks for asking. I think the president cutting the lockdown is okay, but what has he put in place? I think they should improve the health sector. Okay. Evelyn. Okay. This one says they shouldn't extend it from Godfrey. And you owe me a song, which is a Davido song. I don't remember owing you anything. Musa, see what you've caused. Greetings to you too. Please, when will the partial lockdown in Edo expire? Not the 10 days on. The partial lockdown is to further notice until you hear from the governor. This one says, good afternoon, Omoye. I'm King. How you doing? Anyway, concerning the lockdown stuff, the FG should find the quickest means to eradicate the pandemic, because the lockdown is not helping issues, because ever since the lockdown commenced, the case hasn't reduced. I just pray God sees us through. Okay, but that's another thing to consider. The lockdown started and cases never dropped. As a matter of fact, number of infections per day increased. And so people are saying, based on that, maybe the lockdown should actually be lifted and they will let natural selection do its thing. Hello. My final phone call. What's your name and where are you calling from? Okay. Please. Okay, that's the much I can take, you guys. I'm out of here. I'll be back here tomorrow to talk some She Tribe, and also we'll back the playlist for you. My name is Omoye. Do remember that on the other side of 2, we'll be linking up with Marketplace Feb for Smart Nigeria on KU 92.7 FM. That will be right after the news update. This one is for Musa. Musa, can you leave me alone? It's Final Babala Whiskey.
Legendary beat. Legendary beat. Legendary beat. Legendary beat.
I get a girl from my yard, they get big back away, they make me feel amazing, girl. I get one way they give me things I need. I get one way they make me feel nice. She slow dance and if you leave, I'm girl. I get one way give me keys and leave. For my bedroom is final. We see baby babala. I get wear designer. Anything where I give, I'm final. Yeah, I know like Walla. drop, everybody know they tired. All of the girls go do anything for my love. All of the boys go do anything for the money. Then they dance to my music, then they show me love. Girls wanna touch, wanna love, they want the love. Say I got one life, make I leave, I'm see I don't try. Hustle for street and no life. Now see me, I done the job life. Yeah. But my bread is final. The girls they like wear designer. We see baby kid a bit, I know the tire. When they go to drop for club is final. Oh. My girl they make me lose my mind. I give her what she needs. My girl they make me lose my mind. Another girl I know they see. But my bread is final. We see baby baba now. My girl wear designer. Everything way I give I'm final. Yeah. I know like Walla. But we see baby baba now. Say my bed is final. When they drop, everybody know they tired. Got the key to my beamer. I say, who am I? The girl them sugar. Call me the girl them sugar. No one mother, number one, no one mother. Say, who's got the key to my limo? I say, who am I? The girl them dada. Call me the girl them dada. I run everything done dada. Hey, but my bed is final. We see baby baba now. My girl wear designer. Everything way I give I'm final. Yeah, I know like Walla. But we see baby baba now. Say my bed is
92.7 KUFM. From Benin City to the world.
This is 92.7 KUFM News Update.
It is 2 p.m. and this is KUFM News Update on the hour. I am Omoye Ugbeide. The nationwide curfew announced by President Muhammad Buhari begins Tuesday from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. The curfew was announced on Monday night as part of measures to stop. Meanwhile, President Muhammad Buhari has asked the Senate to approve his request to secure a fresh loan of 850 billion naira to fund some projects in the 2020 budget. He made the request in a letter read by the Senate President Ahmed Lawan on Tuesday on the floor of the upper chamber of National Assembly in Abuja. According to the letter, President Buhari seeks to raise the loan from the domestic capital market and ensure adequate funds to finance projects in the budget. After the letter was read, the lawmakers gave accelerated approval to the president's request to raise the loan. And the Nigeria Center for Disease Control says it remains focused on the fight against the novel coronavirus pandemic in Nigeria. The agency said it would increase testing for the virus across the country as a strategy to succeed. Director General of NCDC, Dr. Chikwe
Express Road. And we do them before every Tuesday we say we get BDC half hour. Yesterday the President of the Nation addressed us. Tomorrow we'll go look into that matter and the IDB part. But today make we focus on the light because all of us need light. Why some of us don't get, some of us don't get, some of us go still get because what the good book say, let there be light. We get some people from the BDC, the inside the Golden Chapel. Madam Glo, good afternoon and happy quarantine, happy lockdown and happy isolation.
It's good afternoon. I too salute our listeners waiting for house, waiting inside their car, anywhere where they listen to us. I too salute the good book and the Bible talk and say in all things we should give thanks to God. If not be so, I for verse for Kelly Merit as a time inside the enjoy quarantine, anything good day. Then because God said in everything we should give thanks to him, so we too salute to Baba God for keeping us alive to see today. We say may his name be praised. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, we did do make you quickly summary of power supply update and the ICT improve and ICT they are available across the franchise state to be BDC they cover.
Okay, I got calendar. Thank you. Quickly, I'll talk about power supply as it be for the whole federation, that is across the value chain, will be generation, transmission, and distribution. The total generation today now 4,641. No, the total generation for Saturday will be 25th of April 2020 now 4,641.6 megawatts. and BEDC allocation na 417.7 megawatt. Then on Sunday, come be total generation come be 4,694.82 megawatt, and BEDC allocation be 422.53 megawatt. Then on Monday, will be yesterday, total allocation na 4,670.78 megawatt. BEDC allocation come be 420.33 megawatt. Today will be Tuesday, so it still be 4,670.78 megawatt, and BEDC allocation come be to 420.37 megawatt. As we dey talk, I'm saying the power sector na value chain, and from these total figures why they call so, that BEDC allocation na 9% of the total generation for the whole federation. But we get better to read for our customers wey dey across our franchise state, and we also thank some of our customers. At least no be only we no get light, they also try well as they express their gratitude, say they don see improvement. Truly for this lockdown, so power don really improve. We don improve power supply, give our customers as part of our own measure to make them enjoy this quarantine, because we know say all of us dey for wetin we dey call trying period. E no easy at all, and to ensure say we ease the pain of our customers, we can increase power availability across our franchise state. Some people go fit us say this power dey before, they no wan give us. No be say e dey before, but as a result of the lockdown, we know say most industries can reduce their operation. They know they operate for optimal capacity, as Oyibo people talk am. And because these industries and big companies know they operate like that, so power was available for us to give to residential customers. So we can improve power supply for all our customers, residential customers wey dey across our franchise state. For Delta, we improve power, but I will concentrate on Edo State. For Edo State, customers wey dey for GRA, Ihama, Ubofida, Capiona, and that environs, they experience 24 hours power supply. Some of them don't even call us, say sometimes 3 days they never blink their light.
Which area again?
For GRA, Ihama, Boundary, all those area, Capiona then, and Obo. Also, customers wey dey for Luku Feeder and Ihobotan, they still they get that 24 power supply. And customers also wey dey for 33 line, about 33 feeder for Uban Hill, they still they get 24 hours power supply. Then Airport Road too, and her commercial lines and feeders also they get 15 hours supply. And customers wey dey for ATT, Country Home, Limit Road, Country Home areas, those ones we increase their power availability from 10 to 15 hours. Then customers wey dey for Oko, their own still improve to 15 hours. Customers wey dey for New Auchi Feeder, their own still increased to 15 hours. Customers wey dey for Use for Okada side, their own also improve from 8 hours to 12 hours. Customers wey dey for Uromi, Eho, and other feeders too, their own increase from 6 hours to 9 hours. So all our customers wey dey for across our states, they don dey enjoy improved power supply. But wetin we dey beg our customers, they say as you dey enjoy this improved power supply, maybe you still dey try dey do wetin they call conservation of energy, wetin conserve the energy. If you no need am at that particular time, may you try switch off that appliance. If you just go round town, you will see some bulb that 24 hours so e dey on. Abeg, if you wan leave house during the daytime, once morning reach, put off your security light so that the amount of power wey you dey consume no come too much, because we know say money too dey for this time. So in order to control your bill, especially for our metered customers, even our customers on direct, abeg try to make sure say power points, especially bulb wey no dey useful at that particular moment, may you put am off.
All right, thank you very much, Madam. You don't talk all those on we say yeah, lights day. We still know see some place they will be say the lights not there, so make us still improve for all those one too. And we for here we dated 3 kVA, but since yesterday we will not get light. If you notice, never tell with the maybe now whether they know say you dey here or now they bring the light or we don't know. Just now what they talk now they bring the light. Now Jen will run since. I will not don't say we'll get this 24 hours light what they get before. At least based on so many people don't see shut down, they start from the beginning. Who suppose don't see they get. Even for my house too, not a 3 kVA in a day. Since December I will not get light, but thank God say now this period you don't get the light, but not the day as a day before. Say we go just day 2 days, 3 days and never take am.
Okay. Make I explain wetin you talk. Good. One with the talk say 24 hours power supply. Now feeder availability now with the talk. Each location get their specific problems. Like as they talk, so now if we see some day 24, some day 12, some day 15, it depends on the load of that location. If maybe the transformer of that location is grossly overloaded, fault go quickly develop, and when there is fault, power no go dey. But for the fact say you no get power for your house, no mean say power no dey that feeder. Other locations outside where you dey stay, they get that power supply. Then for the issue of 33, especially as Oga Kalimeri put am for in location, the problem of that community, that upper supply road axis, it involves 33 and also part of transmission. But to the glory of God, we've restored it. And because they were out for a long time, so it's gradually now we restore them one by one.
What about my
and
office?
then the office last week we called the BM because some people also reported to us. Now we called the BM. She said she get problem for her 33 kV feeder. And this 33 kV feeder, when we are talking about it, it's not the normal lines that you see passing through your street. They pass through thick vegetations. They pass through sometimes this Epuba hill or even pass across Epuba river. So when there is fault like that, it takes time to trace it because without identifying the fault, you cannot restore the line back. So when they trace and discover the fault, they get materials to fix it and then they restore power supply. And you know, say these feeders, even human beings, if we don't work for a long time, you will still get breakdown. Now, so these feeders be when they don't on for some time, there are bound to be breakdowns. But we've ensured, despite the lockdown, say, our engineers try to fix this fault within the possible shortest time. So our engineers are working round the clock to ensure, say, at least our customers get power when they're supposed to get. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, inside last week we see say police station, other market police station for Ring Road, they come they share fixed mass, they give people free. Because say police they do this thing, I can't shock. They never recover from that shock. Because it's a BDC. When I consider they donate things, they give for the first state one they cover, they give the state government and people. And I say, what did they be this way they call it? They collect bill, they cut light. I manage. I say I don't know whether na room. My hear from you. How wanna take the palliative wanna donate across in our franchise states.
Gaga Kalimeri, thank you very well. No be only bill. Now we the share and not be only money we they collect. We get what we they call corporate social responsibility. That corporate social responsibility now we they take give back to our society. And it gets stages. We get them for so many sectors. We get them for education sector. We get them for healthcare. We even get them too for communities. So not be only bill and money we they collect. But this time around, we can't extend them to everybody because we are all together in this pandemic. If they cry, nose go join them. Everybody just they affected. So this you can say how we will take ease, especially the suffering of the poor amongst us. Because we know say no matter what thing you donate, you know if you reach everybody. So BDEDC can donate 1 truckload of rice and Indomie. And that truckload we share around 1,500 bags per state of rice and 1,000 cartons of Indomie when we share give each state government. We give Edo State, we give Delta, we give Ondo, and we give Ado Ekiti. And not be only this one we still do. We can ensure say all the isolation centers across the 4 states where we dey cover, say at least they get light between 18 to 24 hours. At least that one too go make the people wey dey for isolation center make they dey a bit comfortable. And not be only that one we still do. We also helped Irua Hospital ensure say some of their ambulances where they take they do tracing wey spoil, we repair them. And we also ensure say Irua Center they get 24 hours power supply. Why I dey mention this one? Because now the ones where they Edo State, my colleagues for other states go talk about wetin we also do for other states. And we not stop for that too. We know say some communities too get issue of water hygiene. We still print flyers, distribute to educate people on how all of us go take prevent and overcome this COVID-19 pandemic. So we also share a bucket of hand and drums where people go take the wash hand and also soap. We also distributed sanitizers and disinfectant. All these things now we do so that at least we'll still get small palliative for this period where we dey so. And we also thank the state government. They were very happy and they responded to us where they thank BDC and the management for the assistance where they render to members of the public and the citizens, especially vulnerable ones for this time where we did so. So I beg all of us, not be only one person, you still in one way or the other fit make impact for your community. So now BDC do this time around.
Thank you very much. On a light note, somebody now talk and maybe say the thing because if fly everywhere say una share something. Because say this one be say una go give this palliative. So hope later and people now will come pay people, now come collect them from B, now come collect them from B. Una go do one like that.
No, no. See, one thing about Nigeria is say we too they fear anything. Not be like that. Definitely, every company they get budget where they take keep aside from the small money where they get. Say these people where they patronize me, these people where I did their community, this one now waiting will take give back to the community. It might interest you to know, say some schools say some students they even I kind of appreciate, especially those of them where read electrical electronics, like for Elizabeth University now. The best graduating student for that place, we give them cash prize and we also give them plaque. We still they encourage not be only that university, we dey in partnership with even other universities, including Uniben and other things. We get prizes for best graduating students because we don't see say most times we can't relegate education to the background, saying so other talents. I can't dey above education. So we dey encourage our children saying if they dey serious for their studies to so say reward also dey. And outside that too, we just still the right to all our universities say those children will do very, very well for their department, electrical and engineering faculty. So may they bring their name, may they write our test. If they pass, we employ them. There are so many things where would they do. You don't follow us. I've been a barrister struggle that time. Follow us, go school where we still they distribute educational material, books, sniper frames and others. All these things now give back where would they give. But this one where we do so now because now this COVID-19, now everybody just said and so all these ones that we'll be doing in the past, we know they collect and for bill. Now this one, yes, like not be this one we will come collect from your bill.
All right, thank you very much. This one when I want to ask you now, waiting even before I come, with people don't ask me tire. I say it good. Some people ask truth phones on call. I say good may they hear from on our mouth. Make you clarify us on the free electricity maybe say the House of Assembly for Nigeria they propose and for federal government they propose. So make you quickly clarify that matter.
Thank you, Oga Kalimerit. This matter where you talk so now very important matter. But we want to say thank God say the Minister of Power don't come out, come put the matter to rest. As all of us they battle this pandemic, so the House of Rep propose say maybe part of the ways to ease the suffering of Nigerians now to ensure say maybe we give them free electricity. And when they talk on to all the discourse where they for the whole federation look into the matter saying yes, because most people they use light. Say maybe if they give am as palliative too, it could still ease the suffering of Nigerians. But as at that time wey we talk am so, and where e dey for news, the federal government never issue a implementation program, or they never give approval say e fit work or e no fit work. But you know, say as Nigerians, even me sef, once I hear say something na free, my body go sweet. So the news come dey spread. But we thank God say the minister don come and say no, say such a thing if e get as e be, say e no fit happen because of the cost implication. Say the money wey dey involved, so say e big well well. Yes. Say the money wey dey involved big well well. Say at this time wey we dey battle this COVID-19 pandemic and the economic meltdown, say e go too affect government. E talk that one. E come talk say another thing be say how you will even talk say e reach every citizen, because e still get some other people, especially people wey dey for rural areas, the poor of the poor, wey no get access to electricity. Say if you can't give the people wey get access to the electricity, the average Nigerian, the rich Nigerians, what of those poor people, how you will take compensate them? And they look into the matter. They say the workability of that kind of thing go hard well. Say there are some other ways that they can give palliative to Nigerians outside the free electricity. So for now, we want to appeal to our customers and say nothing like that to status quo still remain. If you use prepayment meter, may you try recharge your prepayment meter. We still dey work. We still get wetin we dey call neighborhood agents. Those people wey dey use POS, they help us collect our money. You fit also use ATM and other ways take pay.
Estimated bill.
People where we dey give credit a bill, they still dey, those POS people still dey collect their money. We don't do am say they receive money from all our platform. Estimated bill. What do you mean by estimated bill?
Maybe people not get meter.
People wey not get meter, they get bill where they take pay. We they still dey happy to them say make they pay their bills.
So but for now, una see the share bill.
Yes, now because for now where light don't improve well. We still share
no
bill.
free lunch anywhere.
See, Oga Kalimerit, you see when they propose this thing, and the disco say we buy into their idea. Why so some people never understand as this power set to really be. You see this light where you dey see so, now money they take the generator because it involves gas. The generation companies they buy gas where they will take heat up their turbines before it generate light. There is a cost involved. There is a cost in transmission before distribution. So not be say waiting that they fetch for tap free like that. So there is a cost implication for the light. And even as it stands now, the discos are now charging cost reflective tariff, because it is still part of the things where government they even look at. Because if they allow the disco to charge cost reflective tariff, it go then high. You know that time when they thought say they want to increase, they don't want to increase, the issues like that. So please, our customers with their appeal to them say now the way the lights don't improve may they try pay their
All right,
bills.
no free light for now, and make we try pay bill. Before we come up for the golden chamber, make you quickly give us a safety tips, just one or two before we come up for the golden chamber.
For the safety tips, so we'll just continue with our own COVID-19 safety tip. Make sure say you wash your hands frequently. Make sure say it become habit. Whether you dey for house, encourage your children to always wash their hands, and also make sure say you keep social distancing. If you know the necessary, no come out for us. If you come out, avoid close contact with other people. But especially for children where they house now, we know so most of our children, all our children they house. Ensure say you they watch what they do. Ensure say they no put stick or other things for socket, because children as they house now, we know say so many things they involve. Make sure say you are very very careful where they are close to electrical appliances to avoid shock or even fire outbreak. And we're also appealing to our parents, say as we dey wash our hands, we should ensure say the children dry their hands, make they no touch electrical appliances with wet hands, and make they ensure say they no use the TV antenna go hang for pole, say na there you go get signal well, because that kind of thing also fit lead to shock. Then any naked wires that the insulation are broken, ensure say you cover am quick, especially as children dey house, make they no go carelessly touch am. All these things, by the time we obey and do them, we will stay safe. May God continue to protect us.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Gloria. And we'll not take messages now. Hopefully next week, Tuesday, we will do all those on. But most people.
It's a teacher by training, a technologist by profession. He is a Muslim, or some of us will say a Malam. He has been the principal at Form 1 secondary school here in Benin City up until recently, and a former Amir, president of the Young Muslim Jama, also in the state. He's my singular honor to welcome my brother and friend, brother Ismail Aliyu Eshemugi. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yes, to the issue at hand. My brother, assalamu alaikum. I'd like to know, without wasting time, talking about an article of faith. You know, in the Quran, Allah says, Amana Rasul bima unzila ilayhi min rabbihi wal mu'minun kullu amana billah wa malaikatihi wa kutubihi wa rusuli wal yawmil akhir. So, among the 6 articles of faith. What our interest have to know is the belief in the prophets, the Rusul. So, first of all, I'd ask, what would say a prophet? In the context of Islam, who is the prophet? Or what is the prophet?
نعم. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والصلاة والسلام على خاتم النبيين وإمام المرسلين سيدنا وحبيبنا ونبينا محمد بن عبد الله وعلى آله وأصحابه وما تبعه بالإحسان إلى يوم النشور وبعد. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نعم. My brothers and sisters in Islam, I greet you all with the best form of greeting by saying Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And we have been asked to address the issue of an article in Islam which is belief in the prophets. And to start with, before you believe in anything, you need to know what that thing is. And we must know who is a prophet. For us to have the correct definition of who a prophet is, and what qualifies one to become a prophet, we don't need to depend on definitions given by human beings, but the definition that is given by the Creator by Himself, which is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the glorious Quran. But this is the best way to address issue. The source of information for every Muslim is the Quran. So if you must get an authentic information, you go to the Quran to fetch it out. So a prophet, as enshrined in the Quran, particularly there are so many verses that talk about or give the definition of prophet, but that is contained in Surah Al-Imran, that is Quran chapter 3 verse 81. Allah provides a basic definition of who a prophet is, and in that surah Allah made us understand that a prophet is a messenger who Allah has sent to deliver a new scripture, a new law, that is in Islamic context, a new Sharia that Allah has put in place or has given to that particular prophet to enable him inform people about Allah.
Well, let me ask a question.
Islam.
You say a prophet is somebody who, a messenger, essentially, who Allah sent with a new message or a new Sharia, a new law. Now, so in that context, what actually is the purpose of prophethood, and what message do they bring?
Now, yes, Allah is the creator of the heavens and the earth.
No.
And He is there. We cannot see Him, but He can see us.
No.
And Allah does not have to come down on earth to come and tell us about Himself. So for that reason, Allah continued to send prophets to come and inform us, guide us on how to worship Allah, on how Allah alone is supposed to be worshipped. So the basic reason for which Allah sent prophets to the entire mankind is to come and, teach man the oneness of God. That Allah is one and one alone. He has no father, He has no mother.
sincerely for that short break. My brother, you continue. We're talking about the purpose and message of prophets.
Yes. So the purpose of sending the prophets to the world is to come and teach them about God, so that they become obedient to the laws of God and worship God in good faith, so that ultimately at the end of our life on earth we meet our Creator with peace.
Let me ask. There are a number of prophets. In fact, maybe I should even ask. In Islamic eschatology, how many prophets do we have? Did Allah, God, send to the world?
Yes, there are a lot of prophets that God sent to the world, Allah sent to the world. The number is not exactly known according to many scholars.
No.
But in an hadith narrated by Abu Dhar.
Hadith is the saying of the prophet?
Yes,
okay.
The saying of the prophet.
Yeah.
He said one day he asked the Prophet ﷺ that how many prophets did Allah send to the world in all? And he said there were 124,000 prophets.
Allah Akbar.
And out of these 124,000 prophets,
124,000 prophets.
Yes.
Allah Akbar.
Out of which 26 exactly were mentioned in the Quran.
Okay, their names are mentioned in the Quran.
Their names were mentioned categorically.
So in that context, Allah sent 124,000 prophets in the quoted in the hadith,
yes.
And then 26 of whom were mentioned in the Quran. A Muslim, does he believe in? How do we relate our belief in prophet? Is it that we believe in those ones that we know only, or the ones we have heard of, or we believe in all the prophets, all 124,000? Yeah. Because I assume that their message, since Allah sent all of them, it came with a consistent message. So how do you?
Yes, the prophets that God sent to the world, that Allah sent to the world, like I said at the beginning, they come with a common message to believe in the oneness of God. All of these prophets, as a Muslim, there is no segregation.
No distinction.
No distinction. Yes, you have to believe in all of them.
So there's no, we don't have some, we believe in some and we don't believe in other. We believe in all the prophets.
Yes, exactly. Okay. If you go to Surah Al-Baqarah, where Allah said, Amana Rasulu bima uzila ilayhi min rabbihi wal mu'minuna kul amana billahi wa malaikatihi wa kutubihi wa rusulihi. Allah is talking about all of them. Kullu amana, we believe in all of them. There is, if a Muslim say, I believe in this particular prophet and did not believe in another one, it means you are not yet a Muslim.
So if you say there are 124,000 prophets, so who was the first prophet in Islamic eschatology, and who was the last one?
Yes, the first prophet of Islam is equally the first man that Allah created, Adam alayhi salatu wasalam.
Okay, the first man on earth was the first prophet of God.
Yes,
interesting. Who was the last prophet?
And the last one was Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whom Allah has defined in the Quran that he is the seal. That is Hataman Nabiyina wa Imamil Mursaleen.
Of all these prophets, I'm not trying to be chauvinistic anyway, but I just want to be sure. Were they all males or are they females? I want to be.
Well, by what we read in the Quran, all the prophets said by Allah, they were all males.
Okay.
Yes, they were all males.
Allah is infinite wisdom. Had the reason why he did that. Now, let me. So, how do we? I'm very soon. I'm going to, invite our teaming listeners, who we of course want to call in, to join in conversation and, ask you their questions. But before we do that, I just want to know, if a Muslim believes in a prophet or in the prophets of Allah, how do we express that belief? How do we, in fact, honor or follow prophets? What is the way to honor or follow?
Yes, the best way to follow or honor the prophets is to believe in the message that they brought.
Okay.
Believing in the message that they brought, it is not just enough. Like some person do say that it is the mind. Yes, we used to believe. No. What is important is that if you say you believe in a prophet, you must practicalize the message brought by such a prophet. That is what they have asked us to do, you do it. What they have told us that Allah does not want us to do, you try as much as possible to go away from it.
Well, Muhammad, you have a question for Abba?
Just an addition to what you have said.
Okay.
That in summary, a prophet basically we give you two messages, which is Nazira or Basira, to bring glad tidings of good news of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as if you worship means and the place you're going to derive. Then also to warn mankind against the anger of Allah. If you refuse to follow God Almighty, this may be your the result of this.
Now this is a convenient time to bring in our teaming listeners. Of course, you can join the conversation by calling, either to ask a question or to send a well wish. To do that, you simply call any of the studio lines 070-6263-9275 or 090-3939-4427. The third number is 0812-178-9154. We'll take as many calls as possible, after which would allow our to respond. Hello, assalamu alaikum. Please tune down the volume of radio set. Thank you very much. Your name and location, please. Okay, please, you have 30 seconds.
Hello?
Yes. Your radio.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, we'll let that call. Please, when you call in, please reduce or move away from your radio. Reduce the volume of the radio set, or you move away from it. Either of the two, and then we can hear. You know, you have every caller has 30 seconds. So we'll see if we have other callers. The numbers again I've said is 070-6263-9275 or 090-3939-4427. And of course, we have 0812-178-9154. So these are numbers to call in case you have any questions. So I'd like to ask, while we are expecting callers to call in, I'd like to ask about the Prophet Muhammad. It's as if that the way Muslims take it, it's as if that's the only prophet the Muslims have. Why is it as if... okay, we have a call, so take that. You can hold up. Hello, salamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Yes, your name and location, please. And please speak to your phone. That's how we can hear you very well.
My name is Everett.
Please move away from your radio set. You're not hearing it's echoing. Everett, okay, go on.
I'm coming from Ramat Park.
From Ramat Park, you're welcome.
Yes. I have always been as a person. Who is the Muhammad?
Who is Muhammad?
Yes, the Muhammad that they talk about.
Thank you very much. Who is Muhammad? That's a good question. You can take it. I want to see if you can take like 3 or 4 calls, so that will take all the anchor of time.
Okay.
So if I have that calls, we'll just...
Thank you very much for that question. Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the last prophet that God sent to the world to tell mankind, the entire mankind, about God and how to worship God.
It was the last of Allah's prophets.
Yes, it was the last of Allah's prophets.
Okay. So what is the significance we place on Muhammad?
So Muhammad is so important to us. Number one, like I've said, he was the last prophet, and he came to summarize the message that all the other prophets has brought.
Okay.
So for that reason, he touched all areas of life, and Islam, that is to believe and to submit in God, was perfected in his hand.
So he is not God.
He is not God.
He's merely a messenger of God.
He's a servant of God.
Oh, wonderful. So
he even instructed people on so many occasions to refer to him as a servant of God.
Okay.
Because that is what he is.
Allah Akbar. So one other question, just before we round up this section, if you don't have any calls from the audience, we'll just take the last question and then we can round up this segment. So I do want to know, if somebody says, I believe in Allah, or I believe in the Quran and not the Hadith, I believe in the words of Allah. There are people I've seen who can say, I believe in the Quran, but Quraniyun, that's how they call it. So how do you play? Is it possible for somebody to believe in Allah and not believe in the words of the prophets?
Okay, like we said at the beginning,
yes,
that the purpose for which prophets were sent is to come and tell us about God.
Okay.
And
I think we have a call. Let's just take this one. Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Hello?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Hello?
Hello, I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you are live on KFM.
I'm the same person that asked who is Muhammad.
Okay.
In Christian faith, we understand that Jesus Christ is the Son of God.
Okay.
And Bible tells us many miracles that Jesus did. I want us to hear what a prophecy Muhammad have given to the world. That's what.
Okay, we thank you very much. I think the point he's trying to make is, okay, have another call. We can take that. Hello?
Hello, salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
This is Abdurrahman that is calling from LA.
Okay.
But I want to know if, since we have about 26 of us so prophets in the Quran, I know Allah has mentioned some of them that are most venerated and you're giving some particular books. So if you can throw more light on that. And what is the status of belief in Isa? Vis-a-vis is coming back on the day of judgment before the judgment. That is kind of.
I think your time for the call for your 30 seconds is gone. But I think you made a very good question. So there are some elevated prophets because you are giving books. Who are those ones? And
yes, the elevated prophets are referred to Ulul Azmi.
No.
That is the prophets that are highly honored, the great honored ones.
Okay.
They are Nuhu, Ibrahim, alayhi salatu wasalam, Musa, Isa, and Muhammad. They are 5 in number. So these are the prophets that are highly elevated.
I think Dawood was given the Zabur.
Yes, Dawood was
Musa was given the Torah. Isa was given the Injil.
Yeah.
And then Muhammad was given the Quran. Yeah, hello, salaam alaikum.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name and location, please.
Yeah, this is Marcus calling from Jos.
Calling from Jos?
Yes.
Ah, that's interesting. KUFM is flying. Okay, you're welcome. So,
Yeah, I'm a Christian. I just want to
the program is from everybody.
Hello?
The program is from everybody.
I know. I think I want to tell you on the program. I mean, the program should not step after this asking because there are some things that some Islamic scholars they say that we're now through this program, we're really hearing the truth, we're really knowing the facts about Muslim, and I'm kind of enjoying the program. So you guys should keep it up.
Okay, thank you very much. I assume the station manager is listening and he will do the needful. Our audience, even among the non-Muslims, are asking. So you can just respond quickly before I will round up on this segment.
Yes, I think part of the question that was asked by one of our brothers is that the prophets that were mentioned in the Quran, some of them are here, but I don't know, time may not allow us to mention all of them.
No, I think
earlier today, there's cause for you to be scared if football will resume between now and 1st of September. Maybe it will. Then look for a way to round this up and see if Liverpool will be given the title. But as it stands right now, they've advised that no football games should be played, whether with open doors or closed doors, until at least the 1st of September rather. For the French League, wow, they never saw this one coming. I heard some rumor about it, and the government talking about no sporting event should happen between now and June, hoping that it will be same. But they've decided to say this season, forget about it, and it's cancelled officially. The Ligue 1, Ligue 2 in France has officially been cancelled. They are yet to tell us who eventually will be crowned champions of the Ligue 1 2019-2020 season, or who will be playing at a continental competition. We'll wait to hear from the FFF, and we'll hear what they will decide at the end of the day. Good evening, welcome to yet another exciting edition of your favorite sports show on radio. It is Sport Fiesta Rich Life on now 2.7 KUFM down here in Benin City. I am the sports Berlusconi, son of Francis. The Bacadabra Sports Ali Ibrahim is here, and trust me, the show is going to be interesting because we have a whole lot of news to give to you, and we're going to be asking those serious questions. And Liverpool fans can also call later on the show. Make una dey fear, because there's this big probability that it won't start again and they just jump to next season. I'm just joking, guys. Anyway, Brian, good evening. Let's start from FIFA with the advice given to different leagues in the world that no games should be played at least up to 1st of September.
Yeah, but the same, UEFA now wants the leagues to decide by the 25th of May whether they will complete their season or not. So they have to do some delicate balancing. I mean, if a country and a confederation feels that it is safe enough for football to resume, Belarus is playing football. That's why the advice of FIFA and UEFA, they are playing football in their country. There are some countries where football is going on. They have their sovereignty. You can't just tell them what to do or what not to do. You might advise that because of safety, please this is how we are going to do this. But in England, I'm sure they will try their best to see how they can resume. Now, UEFA has given all the clubs a deadline of the 25th of May to tell them whether they will complete their season or they are going to cancel it. England, they are trying as much as they can to resume. They are hopeful of starting on the 8th of June and then ending by the end of July, because they want to fit in with UEFA's competition plan. And for that to happen, they must start full training by the 18th of May. We know that already by this last couple of days, some clubs have been doing individual training and all of that. So we're just waiting to see what will happen, but they have got to, because UEFA wants to plan very well, and that's why they have said, look, by the 25th of May, you should tell us whether you are going to complete your season or not. I'm sure Germany will tell them we will complete our season, because they are even ready. The Bundesliga, they are ready to start by the 9th of May.
But still waiting for the green light.
Yes, the English Premier League, we do not know yet when they will resume. So FIFA advising countries and clubs not to start until September. I think they are just trying to be cautious as they can. Because FIFA have even said, look, it is the health first. This is not the time for football. Let us think about the human life. And many have said it will be irresponsible if you continue playing football, or if you restart football at this time when you have an entire country facing the dangers of the coronavirus, and what happens when you need medical attention when you are playing a game. And we know that you cannot play football without proper medical attention. Before the coronavirus pandemic, we know what happened in Nigeria when a player died on the pitch, and we saw the drastic action that the MPFL took. I just hope that in this coronavirus, they will not forget all those positive strides that have been made, and then when we return, when football resumes, they just go back to the way things were, because that first 2 weeks after the death of that player, we saw how the clubs came out fully prepared with ambulances and everything. They were ready for that kind of eventuality again. But now we've had this break because of the coronavirus. I just hope that when they resume, everything will be okay. So you cannot be having football in the midst of this coronavirus, because anything can happen in a match. You could have that kind of situation where a player will require urgent medical attention. You need to take him to the hospital. You go to the hospital, they are battling with patients that are suffering from coronavirus. Which doctor will take care of you? So even if they will have to, because their job, doctors, they are trained to save lives. It doesn't matter whose life. So they might be dealing with coronavirus, and they will still have to try and get a doctor to the patient, especially if it's a critical condition. And you see, that way you'll be stretching the overstretched human resources that they have. But let's not forget, doctors have even died in this coronavirus pandemic. Many doctors have died. So when the doctors that are then are stretched thin, and you are bringing more problems, that is avoidable. Yes. If the coronavirus patient, then there is nothing you can do. It's not avoidable in quotes. We know that you can protect yourself from the coronavirus, but once the person gets it and the person requires medical attention, you will have to go to the hospital or the isolation centers for a doctor to treat you. But football, you could have avoided going to the pitch. You could have postponed the season. You could have cancelled the season. So that's why people are saying it would be irresponsible for them to go back to football and then start stressing the health workers. And I believe that's what FIFA is looking at. They want a situation where everything will have been okay to an extent. They will have been okay, so we are not having new cases of coronavirus. If all over the world today, so the SARS disappeared. So if it is possible, if we have a situation where the coronavirus disappears and suddenly nobody's contracting it anymore, even if we have the current cases, Nigeria now, you look at the number that we have, number of people that are actively sick, close to 1,000. I know it's over 1,000, but by the time you take out those that have died and the recovered patients, then you know the true number of the active cases. So let's say that is the number that you have, and suddenly the scientists all over they tell us that the coronavirus has disappeared. That's it's no longer, nobody can transmit it to another person. Life will return to normal immediately. Immediately, because you know those ones that are sick, they're in hospital, they are being taken care of. So the same thing will happen all over the world, even in the United States that are close to 1 million infected persons, and about 60,000 have died. If they find a situation now that the coronavirus is no longer there is no human to human transmission anymore, I believe life will return to normal, because they know, okay, these guys, we can handle them, they're in the hospital and all of that. So until you have that situation, you've got to be careful. So long as people are still transmitting it, one person is giving it to another person, then you must be careful, because even the health workers are in serious danger. But in a place like Germany, for instance, they have dealt with it so much that in spite of the number of infected cases they have, they lost just about 5,000, a little about 5,000, which is really huge. Because if you have a situation where people die in an accident, whatever kind of disaster it is, 5,000 people dying, you would scream. If you have terrorists killing 5,000 people, it's horrible. It's not something that you want to hear. So a disease killing 5,000 people, it's a big deal. So you've got to really be sober about the kind of decisions that you take. So if Germany says, okay, they are ready, they've dealt with the virus to such a point that they can reopen. Even New Zealand, that are doing so well, and their Prime Minister Jacinta Ardern is getting all the plaudits all over the world. She is saying, look, we've got to be careful. We are not out of the woods just yet. We've got to still go on to fight it. Scientists are saying that New Zealand could eradicate coronavirus in their country, but their Prime Minister is saying, let us still be watchful, let us be cautious, let us not just run and start reopening the country, and then you have different situations. So that's it. UEFA, they are telling their members that by the 25th of May, you have to tell us whether you are going to complete your season or you will cancel it. So it's now left for the different leagues to explain to UEFA what their plans are. I think in the next couple of weeks are going to be crucial. They will look at their statistics, look at the number of infections that they are having, look at the number of people who have died, number of recovered patients and all that. If you can have a situation where for like 2 weeks you do not have any new infections, then you can say, okay, we have been able to curtail this, let us go on with life.
Okay, just before we go back to sport and take this quick commercial break, I know when we talk about other cases, people are so scared. I've met some people today when I stepped out asking, hi, Edo State, we have 25 cases and all that. This is the statistic as released by Edo State to the NCDC, and what, as at yesterday, there has been 25 cases confirmed in the state, okay? But 14 are currently active. That is 14 are in hospital. Fantastically, 8 has recovered and they have since been reintegrated into the society. They've tested negative twice. The speaker, it's one of those 8 people that have come out to tell that this thing is real, and he also a survivor of the COVID-19 virus. Then unfortunately 3 have died from this virus in Edo State, and from the ways they died, they were tricky about their actual status. So that's why we always encourage here, just let the health workers know, and they will find a way to help you, by God's grace, fight this pandemic. Okay, so that's the study. So don't be scared. Edo State is moving forward, and Nigeria is moving forward. We'll be able to fight these. We'll be looking at all these statistics. Just that we need to conduct more tests, and obviously we can beat this. We'll be right back.
My people, make una listen with government for Edo State. One make sure say all all of us know how our body day for this coronavirus wahala. Starting from Wednesday 22nd April 2020, our health workers go start wetin dem dey call mobile post screening for coronavirus, and na for all the 12 wards for all the local government. I beg make una cooperate with all health workers. This mobile post screening na the same one wey dem don dey do for some health centers. Abeg make all of us try stay for house, and if e come be say we must enter town, make sure say we wear face mask and make we dey wash our hands with soap and tap water wey dey flow. Abeg make we no near people. Remember say curfew dey for Edo State from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. Call these toll-free numbers if we get any issue: 080-0123-5111 and 080-022-00110. This coronavirus, we go get over am. Edo State government bring on this message.
Maggi Naija content, soup wey sweet and porridge wey make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Naija pot for that delicious bottom pot taste. Naija pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Naija pot, delicious bottom pot, yeah.
New Maggi Naija pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us on the show. Now, moving ahead, let's go straight from FIFA to France. They've cancelled the entire League 1 and 2 as far as the 2019-2020 is concerned, because the Prime Minister came out today and said no gathering, no sporting activities or what have you until the 1st of September. Now, that's what he since told us today, and we know now. But how would they now resolve the issues that we have at hand right now? We have Paris Saint-Germain, 12 points. I'm certain with the 10 games left that they will win at least 5 and they will be crowned champions of the French league once again. What happens to positions in the league? Those that will play in the Champions League, those that will play in the UEFA Europa League, and those that will be relegated. And now the League 2 that we know they will get some things from 3. How would they resolve these things now that the Prime Minister just came out earlier and told the world that they've cancelled the league?
What they have said is that they will not resume until September. And you know, September, that's supposed to be
a new season
should already be on at that time. So it depends on the French league, what they are going to do. We do not know yet whether the Ligue de Football Professional, that's the LFP, whether they will choose to abandon the season with no promotion or relegation and no champions, or base the outcome on the campaign on the current standing. So that's what they have been told. They now have to go and sort out the modalities of what they will do. Either you will just say, okay, you totally cancel the league, or you will say, okay, the league ends the way it is, then there will be promotion. Well, the last, the bottom 3 clubs are relegated, and the top at 1, then you look at how you select your Champions League and whatever. Remember that UEFA, they said that if a league, a country is unable to complete the league in that country, that they will have to find a way to select teams, but they reserve the right to reject any club that they feel maybe didn't deserve it or whatever. So now that the Prime Minister has taken this decision, which is largely out of the hands of the LFP, they will now have to either say, okay, in September they will find a way to complete the current season before they will start the new season. Maybe they will quickly...
How would they do that?
Yeah, they could do playoff or something just to see that they end the season. But look, you've got to look at it. It's like what happened in the Netherlands. It's not like the clubs were not ready, but because the Prime Minister said, look, no, I do not want any gathering, no social gathering, whether football, whether sports, whatever it is, whether music, whether cultural, no gathering, no events, no public events until September. And they have looked at this September. Look, the new season should have even started in August. You're talking September. That's like 3 or 4 weeks into the new season. So what's the point? We are going to totally abandon the season. So that's what they decided. So if the French follow suit, which is looking like that's what they will do, then they will have to now find a way to get through to UEFA and submit the clubs that have will play in the Champions League and also in the Europa League, and then they will decide whether to say PSG, that are the leaders now, are champions, they won the 2019-2020 season, or they will say, as far as we are concerned, the season never took place, so everything is back to status quo. When we come in September, we are going to use what happened from last season. That is, it will mean that it is the same clubs that represented France in the Champions League this season that will still be there next season. The same clubs that represented them in the Europa League, because they will be now basing everything on what happened last season, because this season, as far as they are concerned, didn't happen. So that's what they will do, or they will find a way to see how they can complete it so that everybody will be happy. Look, it's a nasty piece of business, and it really isn't happy. Even the president of the Dutch Eredivisie said it was a bitter day for them, that decision that they had to take, which is the same thing that has happened in France right now. And the French league is not the Belgian Jupiler League. It is not the Dutch Eredivisie. This is one of the top 5 leagues in Europe. Now it is coming closer home. If it can happen in France, the English Premier League.
Yeah, I was going to answer that question, but just go on, please go on.
Yes, they are going to now seriously
look
at what is happening in all of these countries. And it seems what is really happening, in Belgium, they declared, what's their name now? Club Brugge, the champions. They declared them the winners of the league. So,
but if it's understandable, just one game left,
one game
there's
left.
no, even if they lose, win.
But Liverpool are 25 points. It's unheard of, 25 points ahead of the second place team. So they might also look at that and say, look, it will not be fair for Liverpool not to win the league, and then they will declare Liverpool champions. And then maybe say no promotion, no relegation, whatever. I don't know how they are going to do that. Or they might go the Dutch Eredivisie way and say, you know what, it's cancelled. So nothing is going
I'm not even worried about Liverpool, right? I'm not worried about any of the English Premier League football club. I'm a big fan of Leeds United because I was opportune to see them play in it. These guys have had it over and over in the season to just get promotion into the Premier League. At some point they were in League 2. They went to League 1, came back to League 1, then into the Championship now. Now, last season they went to the playoffs. Unfortunately, it wasn't there. It was Aston Villa that virtually got the qualification to the Premier League. Now they are second behind West Bromwich Albion. The points are not that far. It's very sure that they will finish either second or first, and they will gain promotion. What happens to Leeds United?
Yeah, that's why the president of the Dutch Eredivisie said it was a bitter day, and if they have to do that in England, then it will be a most bitter day. And I can assure you that they won't take it the way it happened in other countries. There's going to be some serious litigation, and that's why we will just have to hope that the season is concluded so that we will not have all of these messy days. In Scotland, you see what is happening. They've already taken a decision, but Rangers and some other clubs are challenging that. And according to their statute, once 3 clubs agree and say we want to challenge this decision, they will have to have an extraordinary general meeting, which is what they will be having in the coming days to decide on this matter. So it's not something that you joke with. So we'll have to hope that they find a way. But since the French League has now done it, one of the 5 major leagues, then you've got to really wonder. Of all of them, the one that we see are really ready to start is the German Bundesliga. Yeah, but of course they have an astute leader in Angela Merkel, and she will ensure that everything is right, everything is safe before she gives the go-ahead for them to resume. Otherwise, she might say, you know what, guys, let's just forget this season. Football can resume in September also, because you now have Netherlands saying let it resume in September. Now in France they are saying let it resume in September. And in the UK, unfortunately, they have not had the kind of success that they registered in Germany. Right now in the UK, more than 20,000 people have died. More than and they even say the numbers could be more, going by those who died in care homes. So in the midst of all of this, and you know how critical the British press can be, in the midst of all of this, once the English Premier League resumes or football resumes, there could be severe backlash, especially if we have a spike in cases. Right now, the mayor of Liverpool is asking for an investigation into that match between Liverpool and Atletico Madrid. So they feel that this match should not have taken place. You allowed it to take place, and look at the spike in the number of cases of the coronavirus. Look at how many people have died that we could have prevented if that match had not taken place. So if you allow football to go on, even if it is behind closed doors, but maybe people will want to watch in pubs or something, and they find a way just because football is on. Even if there are restrictions, there are lockdowns everywhere. I mean, even with the restrictions, we've had players go to attend house parties and all of that. So imagine if a match is on. Maybe people will start breaking those guidelines, and you might now have a situation of the cases of coronavirus being recorded. So it's not going to be pleasant at all if they have to cancel the league, and they've got to do some really delicate balancing acts.
All right, there's one issue that we didn't talk about. Let's talk about Ibrahim. The one FIFA said he also recommended, now talking about the Dr. Michael, that yellow cards should be issued to any player that get to spit during a football game. We know players are fond of doing this, and we know that you can contract the virus through droplets. It's not kind of the others like Ebola. You have to touch someone, and when you do mix yourself with the person's
even Ebola, if the fluid from a person infected gets to you, you will contract the virus. But spitting, good luck to them trying to stop that.
If you see any player, yellow card.
It's going to be very difficult, because we know that we've seen that a whole lot. Some you capture and you see this is the camera captures and you say this is disgusting, but almost every player do that on the pitch. Hardly you can run for 90 minutes that you do not have to do one or two things. Sometimes when you drink water, you try to spit out the little one that is left in your mouth and all of that. So if you are going to give a yellow card to a player every time that this happens, then there is a problem. And if you are saying it's because the coronavirus pandemic is still ravaging, then why bother to return to football? I think the best thing will be, why don't you? Because these things come naturally to people. They do it. It's not like it's something that they can avoid doing. Something that look, even if you enjoy a player on the pitch, if you say every time you enjoy a player you get a red card, then maybe, because many times we've seen it, the injury is completely an accident. So if every time you have to sanction a player for doing certain things, most times you see the referee, they look at the severity of the injury and they give a yellow card, because they know that player did not intend to do that. And sometimes something you think it's a yellow card, the referee will just say sorry to the player who has been tackled, and then he waits play on. He doesn't give a yellow card to the other player. Even if the teammates of the aggrieved player comes to him, he tries to explain to them that, look, it wasn't intentional, it was just so sorry, I understand, but this doesn't deserve a yellow card. So if you are going to start issuing yellow card for spitting, not spitting at an opponent, which is clearly a red card, you cannot do that. If you spit at your opponent, you get a red card. But for somebody just spitting on the pitch, I know this part of the efforts in curbing coronavirus, so do not spit in public. But do you now have this enclosed area where players are running and all that, and they drink water and they look? It will be very, very difficult. So I think instead FIFA should wait until the coronavirus is no longer an issue. Then football can resume. If you are going to start penalizing the players for something that come to them naturally because of the fear of spreading the coronavirus, why even bother? Why not say you cannot play football now until we get rid of coronavirus?
Now, let's go to Tokyo and talk about the Olympics, since postponed to next year summer. That's the summer of 2021. Now, the story is coming out, and he was asked, talking about Japan's
Tokyo 2020
president Yoshihiro Mori.
Yeah.
He said that if there's no vaccine between now and next year, then they have to scrap the Olympics.
Exactly. They was asked whether they will postpone the Olympics again, and he said, look, no way. If we cannot have it in 2021, then there is no point. We'll scrap it. But he's hopeful that between now and then, we will have been able to deal with the coronavirus, or there will have been a vaccine or a cure, so that people can go about living their lives. If it were just like malaria or the flu or any other thing, that we have things that you can use to deal with it, then of course the events will go on. But if you have a situation where the coronavirus is still ravaging as it is right now in July 2021, then there is no point. There's no point having the Olympic Games or postponing it again. I mean, even this one that they postponed, we are talking loss of billions of dollars. So what's the point of extending it again? And then by the time you do that, you might find yourself in a position where you will have spent the entire sum that you will have used to host the Olympic Games. And this time it will be in deficits, because if you host the Olympic Games, of course you spend billions of dollars, but you are going to make billions back. So what's the point of paying billions and you are not getting anything? So there is no point. It's better for us to just cancel the Olympic Games. So I agree with him 100%. If there is no vaccine, and that's why when people ask when will football return, look, it is not you that sets the timelines. It is the virus. It does it by, so long as the human race is unable to curtail it, then it will still be the one calling the shots. Yes, that is why many things, even here in KFN, there are so many things that we could have done that we didn't do because of the coronavirus. The way it is going now, if we do not have a situation where it eases and everything can return to normal, even our normal KU white ball, it's been threatened right now. Yeah, because you should by now even be planning for. We're already in April. Next week, a couple of days will be in May. So when are you going to start planning for everything? So if it doesn't ease in the next 3 months at least, in fact, the next 2 months, then I will tell you that, look, forget KU white ball this year, because you've got to start the planning. So if they do not have the time to, if they do not, the world does not find a way to deal with the coronavirus to such a point that it is negligible, you can, even though you know that it's still there, but maybe half of the world's population has developed an immunity to it and they can no longer transmit it, then it is not a problem because you can curtail it. If, look, even at the height of the Ebola virus, there were competitions going on now. The Ebola virus is far deadlier than this one, but because it was contained within a particular area, that was where it was really ravaging in DR Congo. Yes, it came to Nigeria, but how many? It did not get to many states in Nigeria. But look at this coronavirus. The states that have not recorded a case are fewer than the ones that have. In the United States now, there is none of the 50 states that does not have the cases of the coronavirus.
Yeah.
Look at the countries. Almost every country in the world today has cases of the coronavirus. So if it continues this way until next year, then they will have to scrap the Olympic Games. But if there is a vaccine or there is a cure, and I know that so many tests have been done and some positive results are coming in, so hopefully in the next couple of months we will be out of the woods. But as it is right now, if it continues like this, then we will not have the Olympics next year. That's just the simple truth.
Okay, let's talk about Sarah Rowe, who led the UK Athletics 2015 internal review into his handling of the Abato Salazar scandal. She has decided to step down from her position. She earlier took a year extension into her 8-year reign in the board, but this time around, she had decided to step down to let go of that year extension. And this happened since Joanna Conter became the chairperson of the board.
Yeah, it is. It's when you've done well, I mean, you will leave after you feel that you have achieved everything. But she still has a year left, but she just feels that, look, there is no point. I have done what I set up to do, and I think it is time for me to leave. So I think it's her choice, and she has decided that she will leave. But there are still some serious questions that have been asked, especially as it involves Mo Salah of Great Britain, because of some of the his close association with Alberto Salazar when the whole the whole issue was going down. As some members of UK athletics, we learned that they knew even then that Alberto Salazar was tainted, but because they did not want to jeopardize the chances of Mo Farah winning gold medals for Great Britain, they allowed him to continue, and they did not raise serious issues or try to get Mo Farah to sever his relationship with Alberto Salazar. But now that the review committee head, Rowell, has decided to leave, well, someone else will step in, and maybe they will still continue and try to get to the bottom. We know Alberto Salazar himself has already been, I think he was given a 4-year ban because of some of the things that happened.
Now, finally, let's go to football before we open the phone lines for our fans to start calling in. Save this for the last football. This is where I know whether some people are truly fan of this football club. The football club name is Liverpool. How many of us can really tell us they know the person of Michael Robertson? He was a broadcaster before he died, was former Liverpool player, former Republic of Ireland player. So he died earlier today at the age of 61. The last 2 years, that's 2018, he was diagnosed of a skin cancer. Unfortunately, he died earlier today, not of COVID-19. And the Liverpool themselves paid some glowing tributes to him and his family. Barcelona president Jose Maria Bartomeu, and of course legendary goalkeeper of Spain Iker Casillas have also paid tributes to him, and sadly he passed on today. So I dare people like Osewa to tell me the exploit of this man. He played at some point in Liverpool, did the whole, I think his best days were at Liverpool before he left to join other football clubs in same Liverpool, Man City at some point, Brighton, Queen's Park Rangers, Preston, North End, and all that, played for them. So I dare all of you to tell me if you know this man. Fantastic, and he'll never walk alone. So sad. I hope our prayers and thoughts are with the family of Michael Robinson at this moment.
Yeah, somebody who did very well for them, won the Champions League, then known as the European Cup in the 1983-1984 season, and then also played for a couple of clubs in England, Preston North End, Manchester City, Brighton, and Queen's Park Rangers. Then he eventually settled in Spain, and then became a broadcaster there. He ended his career with the La Liga club Osasuna in 1989. He was an international for the Republic of Ireland. Scored 4 goals for them and won 24 caps. But then went on to Spain and became a broadcaster there. And that's why you see many Spanish football figures paying condolences, paying them tribute after his passing.
So, like I said, I dare, that's why I'm laughing at. I dare all these ones that will be calling a Liverpool fan. Tell me his exploit at Liverpool if you're actually a fan. Anyway, the phone lines are now officially open for you to participate, to join us on the show. Remember, the numbers are 0706-263-9275 or 0903-939-4427 plus 0812-178-9154. All right, let the calls start calling before we'll take some bees. All right, hello.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Precious from Aduawa.
All right, good evening, Precious from Aduawa. Talk to us.
Yeah. I want to know about the state of this Champions League and also concerning the coronavirus.
We don't know yet. They are still talking. They are still talking. Okay, they are still talking on how they will conclude it or whether we will conclude. But they are looking at August, maybe to do a mini tournament like it is in the World Cup or the Nations Cup. We don't know yet. We have to wait for them to give us a resolution for the meeting that will happen next year.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Hello.
Hey, hello. Good evening, on that Berlusconi.
Dan, how are you, Dan Chelsea?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, good evening, sir. This one, to me, if not, this country say we have ended the league. This one say we have played this one champion. If to say maybe like FIFA as a body can have maybe the final say to all these football players will be better. Like say, okay, as it is now, no football again until so time. But this one will be declared, the other one champion, they don't cancel the league. To me, let the football as a whole just be cancelled until maybe that September or August that they are hoping to start. And they don't cancel everything, not this one putting some club in hypertension, whether they are going to be grand champion or not. They should just cancel the league and wait for next season. Or if they are going to declare this one champion, they should just do it. But who is qualifying for Champions League? Who is relegated? Who is promoted? All that. I think it will be a long mathematics for them. They should just okay, like the year that maybe the last season Champions League qualifier, they should represent this country. UEFA League, this should represent. And forget about maybe this season, not to like league that is going on. It will be very simple mathematics. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Francis.
Madi.com.
I'm Brian. Good evening. Before I say comment on what I want to, what I have in mind, there's something you said in the morning, Mr. Francis. I don't know, I have my thoughts to it.
What did I say?
You're talking about, you're making reference to the position of the president yesterday, while he was giving his broadcast and said that the 8 to 6 curfew we apply to a big state from 2 days from now. Yes, I heard this in the morning.
Yeah.
No, he said that the president mentioned 8 to 6 p.m. curfew, which will take effect from the 4th of May. But that people in Edo State should know that here in Edo State, right now, at this moment, we have the 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. So they should not say, okay, president said 8 p.m. and then they will stay out until 8 p.m.
And he wants to say that you take effect after the 10 days review.
Yes, now that's after the 10 days now.
What I want to see is that, okay, this is a constitutional state. Nigeria is a constitutional democracy, and the buck stops at the table of every governor of the state. It's a constitutional matter. So the governor, the circumstance of every state determines what will happen, and it is the governor that has the final say.
So I don't really want to go for commission. Let's just hold on, Mari.com. The governor hasn't installed us that this is what he's going to do or not. But as it stands now, so that people, because the reason why I made that statement, somebody was asking when I was coming to work this morning, so we can stay out till like. Yeah. And I said no. Yeah. The governor has not told us that this is what is going to be in place.
When will the governor's on even
tomorrow?
Okay, so
that's 10 days.
Yeah, so if the governor extends it till by another 10 days, then you still have to obey the one that is here. So it's not like it's very important to make that distinction. So people, and besides, the president didn't say it takes immediate effect.
No, it's going
to be from the 4th of May when they review the Lagos, Abuja, and Ogun issues before he does that.
We'll go for this break now. We'll be right back.
I'm a teacher. I'm a really good teacher.
Nigerian teachers have been negatively affected by the necessary lockdown imposed by the government to curb the coronavirus pandemic. The Okonofua Foundation will give the sum of 2 million naira monthly to be shared by 200 teachers in Edo State to mitigate the economic hardships of COVID-19. 200 different teachers will be selected every month, and each will get the sum of 10,000 naira until the lockdown is lifted. We will also provide special packages for teachers who are able to innovate and teach online. Teachers of public and private secondary schools across the 18 local government areas of Edo State should please go to our website www.okonofofoundation.org to register. Click on COVID-19 Lockdown Teacher Support and log in your full name and account number, the name of the school and the local government area it is located, and indicate whether it is a private or public school. All entries will be cross-checked with the Ministry of Education, so only registered teachers should apply. Okonofwa Foundation, bridging the gap.
I'm a teacher, I'm a teacher, I'm a real good teacher. I run my class like I know I should. Heal the world, make it a better place.
My name is Sunday Ojo, Director of Operations at the Okonofwa Foundation. This is a challenging period in the history of our country and state. As a foundation, we are renowned for our support for education and sport. Our teachers' welfare is our priority. We are currently supporting teachers in public and private schools across the 18 local government areas of Edo State. We also want to use this medium to call on corporate organizations and individuals to partner with us towards uplifting our vulnerable teachers at this point in time. You can reach us on info@okonofofoundation.org and 0703 636 8840. Please, it is important we adhere strictly to the social distancing rule announced by our state governor, and if possible, let's stay at home.
Heal the world, make it a better place. Maggie Nigeria, soup and sweet, and porridge will make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends. No be money cause I'm not about taking time or else. Try Maggie Nigeria pots for that delicious bottom pot taste. Nigeria pots, delicious bottom pots. Maggie Nigeria pots, delicious bottom pots, yeah.
New Maggie Niger Pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggie, cook the difference.
All the programs on KU 92.7 are now open for sponsorship and advert placements. For sponsorship and advert placements, call now for inquiries 070-380-50243 or 080-8877-3644 or visit KUFM Marketing Office located at the top floor of the Enterprise Foundation Building, number 62, Ihama Road, Benin City, Edo State. 92.7 KUFM is your business growth partner.
Maggie Nigeria soup and sweet, and porridge will make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends. No be money cause I'm not about taking time or else.
That I admire him being always the first scholar, and the Madrid.com for his analysis. This is from ODC. Thank you, ODC. Good evening, great sportsman. Mr. Abraham, you said one of your away win qualifier match by Super Eagles was the win to Sudan for 2002 World Cup. How about one of the Nations Cup qualifier against Algeria in Algiers, where Obafemi Martins scored 2 goals? Just that I can't remember the year's Nations Cup that was. Omoego or Mike from Oko Central. We won that match 5-2, but unfortunately it wasn't good enough. It was the 2006 World Cup.
Yeah.
Yes, we actually topped the group in quotes, but FIFA used head-to-head, and Angola topped the group ahead of Nigeria because they came here and played 1-1, and when we went there, they beat us 2-1. So that was, we went there first before they came here. So that was the year that we beat Algeria 5-2 away, but it wasn't good enough because Angola qualified ahead of us. Good day, men of sports. I want us to be frank with ourselves. There is no way Liverpool can lose all 9 matches, and even if they do, how are you sure Man City is going to win all their remaining matches. The league title is already for Liverpool. Up Chelsea, Williams from GRA.
Guys, don't take this in serious. These are just analysis.
Good PM, guys. In as much as we want to tread carefully, but we should not just yield every aspect to this pandemic. In that sense, we have capitulated. Life must go on. Well, life must go on, but you've got to be careful. It is because we want life to go on.
That's why we are putting on these measures.
You should be careful. Good day, Oga Ibrahim. Is the Champions League also preparing to resume, or they want to cancel it? Please help me with Barcelona updates on transfer. Emmanuel Oga Ibrahim, younger brother from Menget. Oh, okay.
One more.
For the league, the Champions League and the Europa League, they are trying to see how they will conclude. UEFA wants to conclude them. Yeah, that's the situation. Good day, sports heroes. Oga Ibrahim, even if you talk from now to next year, NFF will not listen. This NFF has the mindset of our leaders. Okay. Xavier from Ramat. Thank you for your message. No, sorry, promise from St. Xavier Road. Yeah, that was the person who sent me. I said, thinking outside the box, they will not want to do that. You know,
okay. Merchandising.
Different ways of merchandising and all of that.
All right, that's the show today, guys. We have to leave now. Up next on K92.7 here in Benin City is the news break. Have yourself a wonderful night, guys, and see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
This brought the total number of molecular laboratories in the network to 17. Hekweazu, giving an update on the laboratory, said the agency was working closely with more private laboratories to expand testing capacity in Nigeria. The NCDC Director General said the two private laboratories, which are the DNA Laboratory in Kaduna and the 54-gene laboratory in Lagos and Ogun, all private sector laboratories, are now on board. According to him, the 54-gene will be the first to launch the first mobile COVID-19 testing laboratory in Ogun using a 40-feet container. Hekweazu said all this were aimed at scaling up testing across the country for mobility, speed, and access in order to win the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. He said the country now has the capacity to do a minimum of over 3,000 tests daily. The new testing technology using the Roche-Cobas system does not require extraction kits, which are in high demand and low supply around the world. Nigeria recorded 64 new cases of the novel coronavirus, bringing the country's total infections to 1,337. According to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, in a tweet via its official handle, 34 of the new infections were recorded in Lagos, 15 in the FCT, 11 in Borno, and 2 each in Taraba and Gombe. The country's total deaths from the virus still stands at 40, while 255 have recovered. Meanwhile, the number of confirmed coronavirus disease infections around the world is now 3,088,000, with more than 200,000 deaths recorded and 935,000 recoveries. 4 new cases of coronavirus disease have been recorded in Edo State. This brings the total number of confirmed cases in Edo State to 29. The chairman, COVID-19 Response Technical Committee and Deputy Governor, Comrade Philip Shaibu, disclosed this during a briefing on Tuesday. This new cases results shows that more than the spread has gotten to more than 12 local government areas of the state, including Gweben and Itsako East, which were previously not affected. Details in our subsequent bulletin. Members of the National Assembly have resumed plenary after about 5 weeks of recess over the coronavirus pandemic. The lawmakers in the Senate and House of Representatives chamber returned to the Assembly complex in Abuja on Tuesday after they went on break as part of measures to curb the spread of COVID-19 in the country. In the upper house, the Senate President, Ahmad Lawan, led the lawmakers into the chamber, after which plenary started at about 10:30 a.m. as soon as the lawmakers were seated. Amid the rising cases of COVID-19 in the country, the senators were asked to maintain social distance inside the chamber by giving a space of 2 seats between themselves. Shortly after the proceedings began, the Senate went into a closed-door session. Similarly, the Speaker of the House, Femi Gbajabiamila, led the lawmakers into the chamber of the House for plenary. The Senate this Tuesday has resolved to give accelerated approval to President Muhammadu Buhari's request to raise a fresh loan of 850 billion naira from the domestic capital market to fund projects in the 2020 budget. The upper chamber also mandated its finance and appropriation committees to liaise with the finance minister to obtain more details of the loan request. This comes after President Muhammadu Buhari sought Senate's approval to raise 850 billion naira from the domestic market to fund 2020 capital budget. The request was contained in a presidential memo read by the Senate President Ahmad Lawan on the floor of the Senate. Lawan read the letter immediately after the upper chamber emerged from about 3-hour closed session. Members of the House of Representatives have resolved to investigate the legality of Chinese nationals living in Nigeria for possible repatriation back to their country. This followed the poor treatment of Nigerians in China, especially those living in Guangzhou City, in development and monitoring, as well as commerce, to take up the assignment. The committees were asked to investigate the Nigerian Immigration Service, Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, Nigerian Content and Development Monitoring Board, and any other relevant ministry, department, or agency to check the validity of all immigration documents of every Chinese national in Nigeria. The House also directed the committees to probe the expatriate quota of the Chinese businesses in Nigeria to ascertain the number of illegal and undocumented immigrants in the country and ensure they were repatriated to China to regularize. KFM News Break continues right after this break. Stay with us.
First baby cry in the labor room, and within the first 1 hour of birth, baby should be put to mother's breast. That first yellowish milk, colostrum, is the baby's first immunization and has the right nutrient baby needs to grow healthy, strong, and sharp. Ask the health worker to put your baby to the breast within the first hour. Give only breast milk, no water, no fluid, exclusive breastfeeding. Start strong, zero water for a better future.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Health, Edo State Government, with support from Alive and Thrive and other partners.
Coronavirus, KUFM 92.7, Oyuna,
Welcome back. Still in the news. Delta State Governor Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa on Tuesday announced easing of the lockdown in the state to contain the coronavirus pandemic with effect from April 30th. Okowa, who made this known in a statewide broadcast, said the partial lifting of the ban was to enable Deltans engage in economic activities between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. The governor said the lockdown period enabled the state government break the chain of transmission while also assisting in tracing, identifying, isolating and testing contacts of infected persons. He said schools, recreational centers and sporting activities in the state will remain closed till May 31st. Although burials and weddings were exempted from the restriction order, Okowa said social distancing rule must be applied, adding that the number of guests at such events must not exceed 50 persons. Coming up in a moment on entertainment, YouTube partners with 20 film festival organizations to host virtual film festival. Details of this after this break.
6 months of a baby's life brings. That first smile. That first laugh. For the first 6 months, don't give water. Breast milk has everything baby needs to grow strong and sharp. For the first 6 months, give baby only breast milk. No water, no fluid, no other food. Exclusive breastfeeding. Start strong. Zero water for a better future.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Health, Edo State Government, with support from Alive and Thrive and other partners.
Beautiful one, I call on you today.
Bless you. This not be time of bless you. This season when we say coronavirus, so they show itself for the world there. Now time to use tissue paper or handkerchief. Take cover your mouth or nose when you dey cough or sneeze. This not time to always wash your hand. Use hand sanitizer where it contain better alcohol. This not time to give ears, as in avoid me, give me space to any person where they cough or sneeze. This not time to protect yourself or neighbors from sickness. So if you notice anything, sharp, carry yourself or the person go hospital or call this number free of charge. You're not going to collect money for your hand. That is toll-free number for 080 00 26 7662. 080 00 26 7662. You first bring this other number for 080 09 70 00010. Remember, say life now says coronavirus not the show for face, so now person with their life and carry first to this message now from KUFM 92.7.
Beautiful one, we call on you today. Come fill this place today. Let your presence dwell amongst us. Ocean divine.
You're still on to Newsbreak on K92.7 FM. On entertainment, more than 20 film festivals around the world have joined together to stream movies free on YouTube after the coronavirus pandemic shuttered movie theaters and forced the cancellation of annual showcases in Cannes and New York. The festival will showcase films, documentaries, music, comedy, and conversations. No details of the programming were announced, and it was unlikely that major new movies that generally launch at film festivals will be included. The cancellation of the May Cannes Film Festival in France and uncertainty around festivals in Venice and Toronto in September because of the coronavirus outbreak has robbed filmmakers and movie studios of crucial windows to promote their new offerings to the media and the public. The organizers of the Cannes Film Festival on Monday said they were proud to join in the YouTube event to spotlight truly extraordinary films and talent, allowing audiences to experience both the distinctions of storytelling from around the world and the artistic personalities of each festival. While the festivals will stream for free, viewers will be asked to donate to the World Health Organization's COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund. And lastly, Grammy-nominated gospel singer Tory Sneed has died from coronavirus complications at the age of 52. Sneed, who earned a Grammy nomination for his work on the Youth for Christ's 1999 album Higher, died on Monday, April 27th at a hospital in Jacksonville, Florida. The singer's friend and radio personality KD Bowie wrote down a tribute to him on social media. The gospel music star released his first album called Jesus in 1999, following it up with another 6, while his last, All Is Well, was released in 2012. Over his career as a solo artist, Sneed had several hit songs within the gospel realm, including Work It Out and My Heart Says Yes, which both peaked at number 2 on Billboard's gospel chart. He's also known for the upbeat Hallelujah. Sneed served as a producer on Youth for Christ, The Struggle Is Over, which landed at number 1 on Billboard's Gospel Songs chart in 2006. And that's the news. But before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. Federal government declares May 1st public holiday. NCDC announces 2 more molecular laboratories for new cases of coronavirus.
Sir, what's up? Whoever is holding you, we pray for the person. We pray. All right, and that's DJ Vero right there. His name is Benjamin, a.k.a. Bugsy Gambino, the son of the sleek, and the wickedest man on radio, Black James Bond, and everything in between.
Thank you. And of course, she's the queen of the night. Of course, talking about the drive time. So,
yeah, baby, thank you. My name is Soba, and together we'll be holding and hosting the show. We'll be holding you in, locking you down, and loading you on, for
however you want it.
Turning you on, never off. I'm telling you, here on the show. It's a drive time show. We get to do this every weekdays from, of course, 5 p.m. where it will be time for the news. And right after that, the radio register begins at 6 o'clock. Good music all the way. And it's a Tuesday today, so at about 8:30 will be time for the spell request show.
Yep.
By now you should have made a list, but we'll talk about that during the 8:30 hour. But for now, we'll throw up on the phone lines. Benjamin, when was the last time you were without communication? Okay. Wait, hold on, let me finish. Communication, like no phone whatsoever. When was the last time? My phone packed up yesterday, so I've been without phone for 24 hours. It's not been easy, but it's been peaceful. I noticed it's been peaceful, but not been easy at all, because I'm calculating in my head how much I must have lost and all of that. Yeah. But when was the last time you?
Yeah, I was fresh into Benin. That's
okay.
yeah.
September-ish.
Yes. I was jacked at gunpoint.
No.
That was the first time in my life. I keep hearing people got robbed at gunpoint. Someone got robbed.
That happened to you.
Snatched. Yeah.
You should have just told him I'm Benjamin, the son of the sleek, a.k.a. the Black James Bond. Who robs a Black James Bond? Hello?
Nobody knew who the son of the sleek was.
Dude, calm down. You should have just said Black James Bond. What's you say, Ababa? Sorry.
I said, where were your James Bond skills when it was happening? Nobody really cared about James Bond then, too. Everybody wanted to rob James Bond. It'd be cool. But James Bond had the tools and everything, to
so he's just here speaking English.
The
wickedest man. All the AKAs, and you couldn't just, come on, dude. So how long was that for?
Had a gun.
No, sweetheart, let's not even talk about it. Oh Lord, okay, God has been good. Let's not even talk about it. But how long did that last for you?
It lasted for a while. For 3 days actually. I got a smaller device, and now same retrieval was the problem.
Yeah, okay, that's
it. It took me back for. They required this, required that, and my wallet was missing too. So
no, dude.
My form of identification.
They practically used the rake on you.
Swear after that, they did me real good.
Dirty man, dirty.
So that was it, and it was. Hell. It was hell.
So sorry, darling. So sorry. So that was it for you. For me, it's been 24 hours without any form of communication. Like I said, it's been peaceful. But
just recently, and I feel your pain, and I'm thinking about it.
You people should help me. I don't have phone. You people should help me.
Anyway, I'm thinking about it.
Benjamin, you're thinking about what? No, dude. When I said that, I didn't mean not you, darling. Not you. We're fine. Thank you.
Your Nokia touchlight phone. How about that?
All right, guys, we'll fill up on the phone lines. Moment you can contribute on the show. Let me know when was the last time you stayed without communication, any form of communication whatsoever. Yeah, nobody called you, nobody texted you. That's probably because your phone packed up, not because, or maybe something happened to your phone, really. So,
or were you quarantined as a result?
Did it take your phone from you?
Possibly.
Yeah, I want to know. When was the last time you stayed without communication? And how did you feel? How was it for you? Did you feel as peaceful inside it today?
It's hell. Breaking communication can be hell, especially
I know.
At these days and times where everything revolves around your phone. Sometimes some people tell you, I barely have time to watch TV when practically every information.
Yeah, everything just goes down the phone. You use your phone to access all form of information from whatever source, really. Okay, guys, it's the Drive Time Show. Give us a moment, we'll be right back.
It's the KU Drive Time Show.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now bad disease wey don kill many people. But no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. No near anybody. Remember say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember say if you see as your cough and sneeze be or say your body dey hot or you no fit breathe well, oya go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800-123-5111 or 0800-220-0110. On our way just come from abroad, show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. Lagos State government bring on this message.
Maggi Naija content, soup wey sweet and porridge wey make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Naija pot for that delicious bottom pot. Naija pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Naija pot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggi Naija pot.
By calling these numbers 0706 263 9275 or 0903 939 4427.
And of course, you can send text messages. Send text to the WhatsApp portal on 0812 178 9154. That's the WhatsApp portal. And strictly SMSs to 0807 400 9076.
I know you've been locked down. I know you've been, hibernating. You've also been having fun, courtesy of us right here. And you've had time to spend and share with your family. You've gotten to know the kids better, your neighbors. Yeah, I got a neighbor who, I think I'm that one neighbor who nobody knows really. Yeah, okay. People get to know us these days. So yeah. Yeah.
And of course, probably when the whole so some of your neighbors don't even know who you are, and most of the times they keep hearing the choice of music that comes out of your apartment. Because guys, let me let you guys know. Okay, she must have told you guys before. So I probably will have they play.
Oh Lord. Okay, guys. I'm going to have to put this to a vote. Yeah, I'm going to have to put this to a vote. Yeah, okay. I'm going to throw DJ Vero out of the studio right now. Please, yes or no? That's all I need. I want to throw him out. You can't see. No. You guys are teaming up. You guys are teaming up against. Is this a gang?
No,
it's a gang. It's a gang.
It's not a thing again.
It's a gang.
It's the way we're feeling.
It's a gang.
You know it is like we can't. We barely. He has to.
Okay, guys, it's just a few minutes to 7 o'clock. I want to throw DJ Vero out and play my own music. I want to play my own music, and you guys know, for those of you who love old school music, for those of you who love evergreen music, that's what I want to play right now. See, Vero, I want to throw him out. So guys, what's your let's Benjamin, you get to vote. What's your vote? Does this stay or does it? I want to throw him out.
Stay.
Dude, be careful what you say, because I'm gonna have to throw you guys out, both of you. I mean, I've been doing this as long as I can remember, so I can throw you out and I still survive.
Then it's all good.
I'll survive. Okay, great.
It's all good. All right.
Why are you guys calling? I've not called out the phone number. I want to throw him out. See, anybody who votes against me, there's going to be. There's going to be what?
I bet you. Everybody out there wants Vero to be in the studio.
Guys, be careful what you vote.
What about
that?
Be
careful.
What about that mix?
What? What's up?
What about that fire mix in the sound?
All right, 0706 263 9275 or 0903 939 4427. We got limited calls. Vero is supposed to play for how long now? That's if you guys vote him in. If you don't vote him in, guys, I've got great taste in music. Amazing taste in music.
We'll see about that.
Hello, good evening. Hi, what's your name? Hey, Sosos, you're my guy now. Anytime, any day.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, but I go with Vero.
Which one is but you go with Vero now? I don't understand.
I told you.
Sosos, goodbye. Hello, good evening.
Now you be good evening. Hey, you be computer. Hey, hello.
Yes. Have you got a name?
This is my pastor. This pastor, the pastor of the road.
Okay, Pastor.
No, it's not my excuse me, it's not my program. It's not my program. But the one that there was.
Oh Lord, no, I'm so sorry. I can't take that. It's just too much. Okay. Hello, good evening. Yeah, good to have you on the show. Oh, is that Evelyn?
Hey.
Evelyn.
Of the 5 junks.
Yeah.
All right, darling, we got you. Hello, good evening. Hello. Hello. Okay, that's my guy, but you're not speaking up. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening to you. Yeah, baby, good to have you on the show.
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Ada.
Ah, Ada. Ada, I love you. Me, I'm an Ada too. Ada, I'm an Ada. You go with me, right?
Yeah.
Hey, my
DJ Vero should step out of the studio.
Yeah, you should go, right?
Yeah.
God bless Ada.
Bye, Mel.
Love you. Oh, Vero, she says goodbye. Out you go. And I think with that, the vote has been done and dusted. Yes, you say go. Vero, you are leaving. Which one is, why are you campaigning now? Vero? Hello, good evening. Okay. When you make up your mind, call back. Hello, good evening. Hello. Yeah, baby, good to have you on the show. What's your name?
Good evening, Benedict Osvaldo.
Hey, man, where have you been?
I'm good.
How is the family?
We're fine.
Good to have you back. Welcome. All right, so I should throw him out, right? Let's play good music, evergreen, old school music, right?
Yeah.
No, okay, great. Love you. Woo,
Really?
Hello, good evening. My guy.
Good evening.
Good to have you on the show.
My name is Evans. Yes, it's
No, what's your name? Come back. What's your name?
Thank you very much, Evans.
Hey.
Evans.
Evans sounds like somebody who called earlier. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Sura.
Hi, darling. Good to have you on the show. What's your name?
How you doing?
I'm great.
How you doing?
Hey, wait.
For your voice, I want you to stay. You go home.
Who's this? Who's this? It sounds like Big Jeff. Is this Big Jeff?
No, Sura. This is not Big Jeff. This is Obi.
Obi. Obi,
thank
he
you.
should go right. He should go right.
Let's go home. Let the coffee hold you. Go home.
I love you, darling. I love you, Obi. Obi, you are amazing. I love you. And that brings it to the end of the vote. So far, Vero Go is 75 votes, while Vero Stay just 2 votes. So it carries the day.
What kind of?
Which one is what kind of one? Put Benjamin wants.
The election is that?
Who's bringing? Didn't you see? 75 people said Vero should go.
This is the worst polls of all time. Ever.
No, Benjamin, wait.
And it is so sad.
You're getting emotional. Why are you attaching? Why are you attaching emotions
to this
this
type of election?
Benjamin, why are you attaching emotions?
Dude, how did you come up with that result?
My brother. 75 just now. You didn't hear that. 75.
Oh my goodness.
All right, we gotta head out, guys. We gotta head out.
I'm bringing everything we do.
Guys, you heard that. And let's get back to the music. DJ Vero. Well, the people's choice, Abi.
Yes,
enjoy.
Of course.
I just want
old school music.
All the things you want and all the things you need.
For Grill Message, sponsored religious program right here. But until then, let us enjoy the music. Yeah, guys, Benjamin just gave us one like mad moves. One, you know.
So I was just actually checking out that video. I don't think those moves were fantastic like I thought when I was performing.
Yeah, you know. That's when people laugh at me and say, you don't know how to dance. Look, in my head, I'm the best dancer there is. Yeah, I know the moves. I know the moves in my head, but I just can't.
I was killing it.
I can't project it. I can't just let it out. Yeah, you thought they were killer moves.
Was it all this effort that I put in?
I mean, I do that all the time.
What I was doing?
And people will laugh. And they'll leave crazy comments on my videos on Instagram, guys.
It's all right. I've never been.
I love the way I dance. Yeah, I might not be on a scale of 1 to 100. 100 being Orlando. I might not be Orlando when it comes to the dance floor, but I know how to dance. Yeah.
Well, me, I can move to the music anyway.
I got the move. just like Jagger. Got the move. We're back to the music, guys. Stick around. It's still the KU Drive Time Show with Benjamin, aka Bugsy Gambino, the wickedest man on radio. One that people can relate. DJ V-Roll, let's go, yeah.